Glamorous.
Yay! We're live. Hi.
Hello.
How is everybody?
Forgot the comments.
Hello. Oh, that's a solid mood right there already. That's a solid mood.
What are your options? What are your options? I want the help.
Yes. Let me actually put in what I'm reading because I suspect at least one person here will be happy to see it. Hold on. Ashley's whole face lights up. I've just realised that the cat has literally just dumped a whole box of cat toys on my feet, and I genuinely thought that was insects of some kind on my feet, which was not a great way to start the stream. Oh, we've got loads of people. Hey, guys. So, okay. Everything paused for me there, and I'm like, this is a brilliant start. We're off to a great start. Everybody's stalled, and I'm on my own. Okay, so Ashley is editing a video. Can you tell us what you're editing? Or is it a surprise?
Tomorrow's video, it's spring recommendations, but in a word association way, because I don't actually associate any books with spring. So,
interesting.
A few weeks ago, I was just like, Instagram, only words that are spring related, and then came up with recommendations based on those.
I think I remember that.
I gave nobody any context of why I needed words, but
yeah, I sent you words.
You did?
So it's not helpful, Lucy. Give us titles. We could do an actual fight here. We have very different reading tastes. Okay, so we've got somebody between sensible footwear, which I've never heard of, or a closed in common orbit. I mean, I will always go with a bit of Becky Chambers. Loads of people needing
sensible footwear. Sensible footwear.
What is sensible footwear? Somebody explain.
It's a graphic novel about growing up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s as a lesbian woman, and it's actually by one of my family friends. So read Sensible Footwear.
Oh my god! Connections. Jean has the good connections.
All my mom's friends are artists.
I love that. Between Detransition Baby and The Prophets, neither of which I can help with. I'm feeling very uneducated now.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Detransition Baby. So
yeah,
what, Aoife?
Reading fake accounts. Is fake accounts the non-fiction about catfishing? Because if so, Kirsty has just finished that and she said it was absolutely bonkers.
I really didn't know where that was going then. I was like, I'm waiting for this last word.
No, she said it was completely bonkers, the kind of stuff that people have got away with. It's if it's the same book anyway, it's literally like a whole non-fiction account of different people who have been catfished in different ways, and like the ways in which. Okay, then. Random kitten in the background. You guys are not hearing it on the mic, but there are so many little random noises in the background because the kittens are playing, and I'm constantly like, hello. Okay. Okay. I have a proof of the animals at Lockwood Manor, and I believe it involves ghosties, which. Hello. It also is a lesbian romance, I believe.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard too.
Heartstopper. Oh, that is a choice. That is a choice. It feels very heavy. Sister Song.
I enjoyed that.
You were reading that last time, weren't you?
Yeah.
That was what you heard last time.
I thought it was good.
Yay. Lots of people voting for Detransition Baby. So I think that is a good answer to that one. I mean, yeah, I will auction one off at the end. Highest bidder can have the most annoying one.
Promises, promises.
Yeah.
I'm still
Careful what
going
you
to ship
promise.
you McNabb in a box. Don't worry. It's fine. Ooh, a little under 200 pages left. So that's what, 400 pages down? 500 maybe? That's a lot.
Big book.
Keep clicking things and they keep jumping. Yay for murder. I mean, that's how I feel today. Ooh.
I really love this.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
No, that would make some people happy. I regret reading Shadow and Bone during the Bookoplathon sprints, because the amount of DMs that I got after those sprints with opinions on Shadow and Bone, I didn't know what I was letting myself in for. I should probably have just like lied and said I read it ages ago and just quietly added it to my Goodreads goal, because nobody wants that. Really, nobody wants that. It's just the like short destruction of my house. I've literally just sent Jean a box of books, and one of the spines of said books has got little McNabb marks on it, just as a present. So no, nobody needs that. No. Oh, I need opinions on this.
Yeah, also I've got opinions on that one as well.
And we've actually got the same opinion for once, Victoria. That does not often happen.
Very rare that we agree on a book.
Right.
Oh yeah, that
I got it confused with the. I like looked it up after I said that I thought it was middle grade and realized it was the one by, is it Richard Osman. I was thinking, I don't know what I was thinking of, like Tuesday Murders. Like, why did I think that was?
Oh, Murder Most Unladylike.
Yeah, there was a middle grade.
Yes, is it like that's why I was confused.
Please do not share it with children. Oh no!
I don't know anything. No problem.
Oh no!
Other people might like it.
Yeah, I mean, loads of people love it. Like, I feel like I'm in the very small minority who has issues.
One last stop. That's exciting.
Yes. The audiobook of The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Forcing myself. Victor Hugo doesn't shut up. That's a solid move.
And it's mostly about Parisian architects, isn't it? From what I remember, he just talks at length about.
There's like an entire 100-page section about sewers.
Yeah.
Sounds
reasonable to me.
No. Yay for genderqueer main characters. House of Leaves, I can't get hooked. House of Leaves was a weird thing for me. Like, I really enjoyed, because it's split into 3 narratives, and I really enjoyed the actual haunted house, weird doors keep moving, it's an infinite labyrinth thing with the family, like the Davidson Records parts, and the other parts I was just like, why am I here? Why am I here? Oh no, we've started the debate. I'm so sorry.
We started a thing.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I didn't know Emma had read it. Now I need to know. Now I need to know what Emma thinks. The Sears background was the best part of Loomis. Oh no, I've started debates. I'm sorry, guys. I'm very sorry. Is that the one with the chair? Is it not just a chair? Or that maybe just the UK cover, I guess. Wonder what the US cover looks like. Somebody's gonna have to Google that now. Ashley's like, I might do it. It is 6:10 in the evening. It's really early, and everybody's got sunshine, it looks like. Do we all actually have sunshine?
Close my curtain. That's like just like, well, otherwise it was like on my face.
We're all sitting here like, yay, sunshine, and Ashley's just like, nah.
Oh, I don't know if you can see. Oh,
Oh.
yeah, that's not
Oh,
good.
that is cool.
I can't get it without the glare, without like tilting it, but you can see their eyes through.
Sorry, my
No.
sauce, my Linda McCartney's are ready, so I'll just be right back.
Food is so much more important. Oh, that was a cat falling out of the window ledge. Are you okay though?
Oh, Hannah's saying that she's trying to finish an essay and she's here for moral support. I
Oh
handed in my
no.
last essay today for my PGC, so I feel that's why I look like I've been dragged through a hedge. Yes, I understand that feeling.
Been dragged through a hedge.
I'm so, I haven't seen daylight for days. Like it's the whole thing. Like
Oh right, I found it. It took me ages to find that for some reason. Oh, Hannah, we're
I'm
here.
sure you can do it, Hannah. You can.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No, not sleeping's the worst, but at least you've got like decent company. We're here for you.
Yeah.
I love that I've caught alive for the first time while playing with my foster cat. Oh, Ashley's entire soul melts.
I love it.
The jealousy comes through the camera.
It's honestly like if we see Fitz jump up behind Leanne, you'll just see me squeak. Like
He'll be here eventually. There's a camera on and I'm talking, so he'll be here eventually. Oh, happy birthday!
Oh, happy birthday!
You can go out for a birthday drink. That's awesome. Grabbed a book that I started a while back to try again, my bookmark, and it says that's also a mood, let's be perfectly honest. Oh no. Revising for exams, so stressful.
Yeah.
I'm sending you so many good vibes. Like so many.
Thanks, Chloe. Like, I haven't. I'm going outside tomorrow. I'm very excited about it.
Technically working is basically what I've done all day today. So it's great. Some Ashley aesthetic vibes as usual.
It's miles too big for me, but
it makes you look like a little like woodland fairy, like you've layered up to go out and play in the woods.
I'm actually
that's the best kind of jumper. Yeah.
Leaf. That's why I'm.
Yes. An unkindness of ghosts. Ooh. Yes.
I really want to read that.
Trying to finish a philosophy book for your masters. She's just like she's just like, get me out of here. No masters talk. Okay. Shall we do our first
one? Just we'll talk about PhDs.
There we go. Yeah. Meanwhile, Gina's in a forest. I feel cheated because all of mine are like up here. You can, I'm like, I have more points than this, honest.
Behind the laptop.
I must be a bit early so I could be here.
Sorry, I was just reading another comment.
Okay. Tempted to go to Waterstones tomorrow, even though I bought 6 books this week.
Do it.
Shall I tell everybody? I've already confessed to Ashley. I may or not have accidentally broken my book bound band.
Not again.
Tiny bit.
What did you buy?
Yeah.
I may or may not have got the hardback of the Bone Season, even though I've clearly got the paperback right here. And I may or may not have got a copy of From Blood and Ash because Ashley had to restrain herself from screaming out loud on a sprint, and that was enough to make me pick it up. So
Are we every single time you've been like, did I break my book by a band? May have broke my book by a band. Ashley's fault.
I mean, in fairness, the first one was Fortuna Sworn, which I didn't even know about the existence of until Ashley. Then the next one is because Ashley gifted me this, and I love it so much that I wanted the hardback. So that's definitely Ashley's fault. And then From Blood and Ash was because you were so stressed that you had to hide your face behind a book. So I clearly needed that book.
You already read it.
It's all Ashley's fault. But it's okay because I have asked my patrons to give me a punishment. So something bad will happen to me for buying
Amazing.
books. Went to Waterstones today to smell the bookstore smell and bought 4 books.
I was saying earlier that because the bookshops opened in the UK on Monday, and I was there at 9 a.m. as the first person into Waterstones in Bath, and I did have a little cry whilst I was in the bookshop because it was just like it was like almost too much. So yeah, would recommend. And also, one of the upsides of wearing a mask is people can't really see if you're having a little weep.
That would have been awkward if, because Victoria got spotted, there was footage taken with Victoria wandering past in the background. That would have been awkward if you were just walking past with a book like.
I know. Oh, it was a good time.
Wait for them to open in Scotland.
I know.
A couple more weeks.
It's kind of a double-edged sword though, because we open on the 26th, but that also means that Lovely Wife Helen goes back to work on the 26th. So it's like fun, not so much fun. Although it means I can buy books more securely.
Yeah, I bought 4 books in the end across 3 bookshops. Which
What did you get? Can you tell us? Are you going to tell us?
Yeah, I got the other.
Your organisation sickens me.
Don't want to talk to you about organisation after today. She basically influenced me into rearranging my entire red shelf downstairs, and then I was sending her picture updates, and basically, it was a whole thing. We got there in the end.
Now I know how Ashley feels because I'm getting blamed for you impulsively pulling all of the books off of your shelf. I'm so sorry, Ashley. I take everything back. Because she sent me this picture. She's like, hee, look what I'm doing. I'm like, why? I literally had an emotional breakdown redoing these shelves. I can't even look at the footage to edit the thing. And you're like, hee, look at this chaos.
And I regretted my decision really quickly, but they look better now, I think. So I've got to live with it for a few days. But yeah, I got the other Bennett sister. I did not realise how massive it is.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Oh, that is huge.
The Foundling by Stacey Halls and Execution, which is one I hadn't heard of, by S.J. Paris.
Ooh,
and I also bought Coven, but that's in the other room because I put it straight on my TBR, which is a new release, and I can't remember who the author is for that. So
is it historical fiction?
No, it's dystopian fiction set in America where witchcraft is real and women pass power from mother to daughter. And then the male president starts basically rounding up women and saying it's women aren't the enemy, magic is, and it's the whole rhetoric around that.
Did Ashley just quietly write that down off camera? Witchy book, Ashley.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try and get to it this month because it sounds really good.
That is we may meet you here, Jenny. You may find us there. There we go. Lots of votes for the other Bennett sister as well. Hi, Annette. Maybe halfway through The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter.
I love that book.
I bought that. That's on my shelf up there because of Leanne being like, you basically messaged being like, you have to read it or we can't be friends. So I was like, okay.
I mean, in fairness, I bought it because of Jean. So, but that was before the book buying ban. It's okay. I'm not blaming her for that. That was.
Blame me all you want.
Some reactions as well, because it's like Leanne could say that to Victoria. She's like, all right, I'll read it. And I'm just like.
But I honestly think you'd love it though.
I will do a lot of things for an easy life, and buying a book for an easy life is an easy one.
I feel so burned. Oh, because I got 3 of Leanne's bookmarks in the post, so you needed a new book to go with them. That should be how everybody buys my bookmarks. You should get a bookmark and then immediately buy yourself a new book. I think that's a great idea.
I am bankrupt enough buying your bookmarks, and I'm buying a book to go with it.
It keeps jumping.
I just thought how many bookmarks I'd have if I had one for every single book I have.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Eve is in Ireland. I don't know what the rules are over there, but yeah, quite a way away for her, I think.
Yes.
Leanne pushes me over the edge. That's a mood.
So rude. I mean, in fairness, it's probably, as much as I would love to go out on the 26th, I'm probably not going to be going anywhere until after my second vaccination. So I'm going to enjoy vicariously watching Jean send me pictures of all the books that she's dragging all the way home.
Oh, on Monday, next Monday.
Yes.
I'm excited.
The end of April's going to be stressful and you need something nice to do. That's a great idea. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh no.
angry, but I love it.
Graveyard makes it sound like you'll never read them, which is too sad.
It's where books go.
I can't. I was gonna say a thing, but I can't. I'm not allowed to comment anymore on my Kindle Graveyard. I'm just not allowed to talk about my Kindle anymore.
I have a book voucher that Sana sent me for Christmas for an independent bookshop in Edinburgh called Golden Hair that's just been sitting because you can't use it online.
Oh.
Just been sitting, waiting for 4 months for this day, and I'm so excited.
Oh, I'm surprised you haven't like framed it and like doing like tallies underneath it on a poster.
I'm gonna use it. It's ready. It's ready.
It's been this many days since I was in a bookshop.
I'll spend the book voucher, but no doubt spend more on top of that.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, that's traditional.
That's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about this? Do we aesthetically pick our bookmarks?
No. No.
No?
I don't usually, but if I have one to hand that just happens to match, then I will pick that one. Like at the minute, I've got a Greek myth bookmark because I'm reading the Greek myth retelling.
Bookmark.
Jean!
But
Okay, that's fair. That's
It's
fair.
it's an advert for a very wonderful creative crochet maker.
Yes, Zoe's amazing. We love Zoe. Zoe made, I'll show you my, hold on, while I go get my Loch Ness Monster.
Yay! I can't get Bulbasaur.
Oh.
He looks permanently concerned. And I love that. He lives on my TBR cart, so he's permanently concerned. I'll put in, after the live show, I'll put in Zoe's social media links into the description so you can find her because she's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm
with Molly. She's in the comments saying I change the bookmark every time I start a book, but it doesn't always match the book design. I'm the same. I always get a fresh book, like a new bookmark to go like every time I get a new book, but they don't necessarily match. Although I am using
I must admit, I pretty much exclusively use my friend Elena's bookmarks. I'll put her social media in as well. She watercolors everything, and she's very like woodsy and animally, and it's just so pretty.
I do have a jar of bookmarks next to me by my bed, so I could change them.
Yay!
I just
buying it. Thank you for coming to shade me. Yeah, it's a hard one. The 23rd of March was our 1 year in the house anniversary, and also lovely wife Helen's birthday, so that sucked. But you know, I've had it in my head that we weren't going anywhere before the summer, and it turns out that that's completely accurate, so I'm all right with it.
We'll have our second vaccine soon.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
And then I can come and hug you in person.
Play games.
I'm like, hugs, and James like, yeah, play board games. Yeah.
Honestly, like hugs is not something I miss.
It's okay. It's strictly for me. That's fine.
I'll give you a hug. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
I mean, I can get behind this one. I can definitely get behind that one. I like that. You do match the bookmarks to the books I'm reading, but it could be conceptually like space for sci-fi. I like that a lot.
Yep.
Oh no. No. That's rubbish.
Yeah, my brother did as well. It sucks. Yay!
But hey, everything is finite, and this is finite. It's gonna get better.
Yeah.
I like going in an indie bookshop crawl and I'll be feral.
I realised like a couple of days ago, because the way my book buying ban works is that if I read books out of a TBR jar that my patrons have specifically chosen, I get to like swap that out for a new book. And I didn't realise that, because usually I'll just pick one out and then once I've read it, I can buy a book. But also, if I just happen to read books that are in there, that also counts. And I've had like 5 books from it without even realising. So I'm like, oh my god, I can buy 5 books, and the bookstore is open again.
Suddenly, everything is possible.
Like, what books do you pick?
The question.
I don't know whether don't know whether that's a compliment, Bianca, but thank you for coming. Oh yay! We all soon will be.
Yay!
Oh no, that's rubbish. More reading under blankets.
I have no idea when I'll end up getting even my first one, so I'm just like, well, guess I'll have to start going back out into society.
I mean, I guess it is at this point like a toss-up between mental health as well. Like, because like you can only keep yourself as safe as you can possibly keep yourself, but you can't. I mean, if you're not somebody who has like a serious underlying health thing, then I think your mental health has to win out at some point. The chaos is a compliment. Okay, so shall we go for a sprint? How long do we want to go for? Will we ease in with 15 minutes or will we just go straight for half an hour?
Ease in.
Ease in.
Yeah.
Right, let me share my screen and not share the pick and mix site, which I may or may not be on in the background.
Good choice. Good choices are happening.
We were talking about this last time.
Oh.
Also,
I finish my sausage rolls because I feel very conscious of munching on them.
To the person who the tassel bookmarks.
Ooh.
Yes.
That was them every time, like ping pong them everywhere.
I can't have tassel bookmarks with kittens. They leave the book, and then I come back, and the book has no marker in it, and it's very anger making. So I've just stopped now. Okay, I will stick timer on now. Hello. How did we do? How was the sausage rolls, Jane?
I still have one.
How?
I was winning got my first Ivory.
Whoop, whoop. So I didn't notice before, Victoria, but you're reading The House in Cerulean Sea.
I will be. I was reading Bridget Jones because Charlotte and I are buddy reading it this month. So I've got another 10 pages I need to read of that, and then I'm going to swap over to Cerulean Sea.
Woohoo! So are you just starting Cerulean Sea, or have you started it already?
No, I bought it. So the deal was I could buy it if I had my first draft done by Monday, which I did. So I bought it, and then I could only read it once I've submitted my essay, which I now have. So yeah.
Yay! It's meant to be really, really cozy. So I asked because I also obviously have it on my shelf because it was a present for Victoria. But it's meant to be really, really cozy, and I'm doing that really stupid thing where I'm keeping it for like the time when I need a cozy read.
Yeah.
Meaning, how long is a piece of string? We might never get to.
It's one of those books, just like, even though everybody loves it and I've had so many people recommend it, I just look at it and I'm like, I'm not bothered. I don't know why. Like, there's just certain books that I'm like, nah, you're all right.
That's cool.
Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah.
Well, I'm taking tomorrow off, so I'm literally going to curl up tomorrow with this. So I'm going to start it once I finish my Bridget pages for today, which has not aged well. But anyway, that's
it really hasn't, has it? It really hasn't.
No, I've read it before, but Charlotte's never read it. So when we both got copies, I was like, "Well, buddy, read it." And yeah, it's not great.
I can't even remember how old I was when I read it, but it was one of the earliest books I read, like when I had a blog. So it would have been like 2016 or something. And it's probably my most despised book, and I was just like, this has not aged well. I hate it. The film I love. It's like a guilty pleasure thing.
Yeah.
But the book, I think on Goodreads it's probably one of my sassiest reviews ever. And then I had like middle-aged
I have to go read that. I need to see a sassy Ashley review of Bridget Jones.
Literally had like middle-aged women coming at me being like, it's just because you can't relate. And I'm just like, well, no, because I'm 18.
Well, I'm 33, so I'm Bridget's age, and this is not aged well. Like, the book has not aged well. Like, no.
It's been a long time since I've read it, but am I right in thinking that she does less numbers for her weight and things like that in it as well? Yeah.
I think she starts off the book at like 9 stone 3, and she's talking about being overweight, and it's just like, sit down, like.
Like almost every chapter start with like, this is how many calories I've eaten or something. That's
and the bit that I'm in now, she's measuring the circumference of her thigh, and that's another measurement that she's giving at the start of each diary entry. And it's one of those things that if you took those bits out, actually most of the rest of it is okay. I mean, there's some
the tone of the book. I love the tone of the book because I feel like we all kind of talk to ourselves in that really like sarcastic internal voice whereby we all think that we're just secretly a little bit shit and we're hoping nobody notices.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I'm much more here for these vibes.
Oh yeah.
I spotted that just as we were finishing, and I was like, yes.
I get far too excited about any kind of takeaway. Like, Fridays are my takeaway day. I'll always have a takeaway on a Friday because I'm just like, I cannot be expected to cook for myself every single day of my life. 3 times a day. This is not fair. So I get far too excited about my Friday takeaways, which means I'm very excited.
Don't worry, Claire, we've just done our first sprint and now we're predictably talking about food because that is how we roll on these sprints.
Yeah, I was eating I've eaten like half a thing of Jaffa cakes while I was reading Bridget Jones. Oh, nice choice.
I checked like 4 times. I checked like 4 times that I had this on mute though because I was crunching so loud that like I've got a kitten here. I was crunching so loud that I woke her up and she just looked at me like, what are you doing?
I also was checking that I was muted many times just because video editing, I didn't want you to hear me stuttering over every single book I try and say.
I'm so like paranoid about the mic being muted that I was watching. I can't remember whose sprint. It might have been some sprints of Steph's, and I stubbed my toe by, wait for it, dropping a hardback book on it, like I the tip of my toe, and I swore, and I immediately was like, oh my god, they'll hear me, and I was like, I'm not on this sprint.
I do it all the time with the camera. So it's like people will be like, bye, and I'll stop and I'm like, I'm bloody on camera. They're waving at the camera like, bye.
Oh, lots of people did much better than me. So is this the point that I'm here?
Acting like we've not read much. Like, I read like 10 pages and I'm like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
I did not read 10 pages, but that was because I've got to a point where a massive thing is happening, and I don't know if any of you guys do this, but when like massive things are happening, sometimes in books, I'll go back and read the paragraph again, and I'm like, no, I need to understand this. I need to know exactly where everybody is and what everybody's doing. So I probably read every paragraph twice there, but it's good. It's good. 31 pages.
That seems to me. So
Somebody asked how many animals you've got, Leanne. Tell them about the zoo.
So I have got 2 miniature schnauzers, 2 Lurcher Springer crosses, which yes are very large, and 4 cats, 2 of which are teeny little kitty ways. And then we've got, I did have Marple at one point, but every time you turn on a camera, like anywhere near Marple, she's like, I am the night and you cannot see me. And then she vanishes. And Pits will at some point.
oh my god.
Pits will be in here at some point. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I talking too loud?
Chloe's eating Percy Pig ice cream. I did not know that was a thing. I need that immediately.
Excuse me?
Where did you get that, Chloe? Because I need to know because I need to go and get it tomorrow.
Planting wildflower seeds. Oh.
I've also seen many people jealous of Jean Squishmallow.
Yeah, it is incredibly cute.
I've reached the point in the mental breakdown in which I carry this round the house with me all day. Where I go, if I'm like just sitting, I'll like use it as a pillow, or like it'll always, because it's just so fluffy and soft, and I'm just like, I need it. I need this.
I'm purely because I always sit on a pillow like that, so I'm just hating it.
This is that better. And genuinely, when my doctor phones me for our like sort of monthly mental health catch up, I'll be saying, prescribe these.
I was reading at the bottom of the bed last night and just chilling, and looked up, and Lovely Wife Helen was sitting like that.
Oh!
I got her a hand warmer, like a toasty hand thing, and it's a massive octopus. And she's decided that it's her favourite thing in the world, so like she's pretty much everywhere with it too. You people are really, really cute. I just carry cats about instead.
I mean, I did. I had a cat.
I do really want one of those what Jean's got, but I'm just like, I can't get to an Aldi or anything, so I'm like, can you get them online?
Can you get them online? We must find out.
I'll go back to Aldi and I'll get you one, and then you'll have to move to Edinburgh. Because...
you get her a Squishmallow. I am gonna split up my banana tree that's in the corner here because it has a baby growing under it, so she's got a banana tree to come and collect. So
looks like you're moving, Ashley.
Arrive at the house fully furnished already.
I mean, fully furnished. There will be snacks, squishmallows, and plants.
Yeah, well, that's what you need.
Throw in a few books in there, and I'm sorted.
Yeah. Bring her books. Job's a good one. Like,
sleepy boy piddle. This is very true. They're still really small compared to the other ones, but they look like full-grown cats now. It's very sad. I have been thinking that I need to find a shrink ray because like
I realized earlier that I've gotten to the point where you sent me enough videos and photos of them that I'm starting to tell them apart by the face.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can never tell. I get a picture and I'm like, it's one of the kittens. Like, I'm not sure which one.
Is it the one that sleeps on Helen's head, or is it the one that pees in inappropriate places? Oh my god! What kind of puppy did you get?
Oh,
That's amazing.
Didn't.
I'm reading for Choose One, and I'm already want to accidentally knock Collis off a cliff. Is that wrong? Is that wrong, Ashley? Tell us.
Find out.
I've forgotten what character. Which one's Colith? Is he the dream man?
It's a bit hard to tell. There's like 3 of them. So
I can't remember any of the men's name from that book. Inconsequential.
Okay.
Collis is the Fae one.
The actual one that like wants to marry her.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay, cool.
Okay, so speaking about
I do plan book 3 soon, so I do need a refresher on the names.
you read book 3 and I'll read book 1. On my Kindle from my graveyard. So speaking of fantasy romance, that is what Jean is reading, isn't it? You're reading
to be honest,
romance.
I didn't tell you what the characters' names are in this either. So.
Is that because
it's not information I retain. No, it's not that. I like honestly most like I have to have like reread a book before I'll really remember characters' names. It's not like I know who the book's talking about when I'm reading it, but as soon as I put it down, what are they called? I don't know.
Did your eyes do that thing then when you pick the book back up where you kind of like you see the name and the shape of the name and you just skim over it, or do you just read it and not retain it?
I just read it and don't retain it because I'm a like weirdo and I literally read every single word and you can like see my eyes pick out every single word. Like I'm not a fast reader at all. But I think it's something like, oh, there we go. I found it. It's Malachus is the man's name. I think the woman's name's Helene. So there you go, actually. I remembered one of them.
Well done. I do that weird thing though when it's a fantasy name whereby I'll like see the shape of it and I'll think, right, I'll work out how to pronounce that later. And then the book's finished and then I hear somebody do like a review of it or something and I'm like, who?
Yeah.
I literally can't. If I don't know how to pronounce the name, I will just be like, reading, stop. Yeah. And it'll happen every single time I get to their name and I'm like, I need to find out how you pronounce this because it's just going to keep happening.
Constantly and just sending Ashley voice messages saying like, how do you pronounce this one? It's spelled like Pleione.
Chloe's just texted me a picture of the Percy Pig ice cream and I'm definitely gonna have to go and find it tomorrow because that like it says ripple of fruity sauce and strawberry marshmallows. I mean, yes please, like
I don't know though, like I don't know.
I will check it out. Report back. But yeah, that looks excellent.
that's a mood.
Yes.
Pomeranians. Just balls of fluff. His name is Calvin. Oh. Well, now I have to learn to spell that. So sad. Oh, hey, look, it's not just me. Yay! I just give up sometimes because I will with especially with fantasy place names or with anything with like an apostrophe in an odd place. I will kind of be like, looks French. Move on. that's it. That's as far as I get.
Mine's always specifically with Irish names. Anytime I read anything that's based on like Celtic folklore and it's just like Irish names, because I can usually get it right, but I'll always double check because there's usually 2 ways to pronounce it. But then it's usually the YouTube comments that are like, you're saying it wrong, and I'm like, no, I'm not. I googled it. The author said it's this way. Yeah, it happens every single time with Daughter of the Forest because Juliet and Maria decided it's pronounced Soka.
Mm-hmm.
Not Soka, and it's usually pronounced Soka, and I was just like, right. I always get a comment being like, pronounced it wrong. And I'm like, here's a link to where she said otherwise.
Thanks so much for that, for choosing a different pronunciation for a name that the internet tells me is not pronounced like that. I'm the same with fantasy names. If it's something weird and my mind voice can't pronounce it, it's like him. Lovely wife Helen does the often who. So if we're recapping it, if we're buddy reading a book and we're talking about a chapter, she'll be like, the one with the arrows. And I'm like, okay. Oh no. Started watching this thinking I could read while sitting on a bench in the sun at 6 degrees. That's rubbish. It's suddenly beautiful blue skies here now. When we were in the garden, it was all cloudy and I was very resentful. Yay! Perfect timing as my toddler goes down for a nap soon. The older one's on his PS4. It's mummy relax time. Join us, Lisa. Sarah's with us also. Like claps for Sarah, who had a baby during lockdown and has literally no family help or anybody around whatsoever. It's just her and poor Oliver like stuck in the house together. So like definite claps. Oh no. No.
Where do you even start with that?
The bin, Victoria. That's where we start. We start with putting it in the bin and finding another book. Oops. Oh no. Don't believe this, guys, they're alive.
Also, there's like a weird thing because when you said it, like, oh, it looks sunny, and I'm like, we have blue sky, like there's not clouds in the sky, but it's not sunny either. So I'm just like, where did the sun go? Where is it? Like, what?
I think it's going to be cold in the pub garden. And yet, is the pub worth it? Maybe.
Yeah.
That's also a mood. Do like me and Ashley like to do and get a takeaway.
I just saw a comment further down that said, read my canned cocktail. Clearly, it's very strong.
I love it.
I want to be
yeah. Sarah is a superwoman. I love it. My mother-in-law's watching my 3-year-old. Mummy relax time. Also, I'm very sorry, but my posture's getting worse with the desk now that it moves up and down because now I use it to support my whole weight now. Hold on. So now I can adjust it to exactly boob height, and it's not making my posture better. It's making my posture worse because I'm just using it to hold me up. Oh no. Feel very sorry for every parent. Should have bought stock in wine.
yeah.
Yes. Bisha named Finnegan. How cute. Oh, I'm not feeling well today. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't love that you're ill, but I love that anytime anybody's ill, it's followed by not COVID.
Yeah.
It's important.
Like it's just been that for a year and it still amuses me.
Yeah. I spoke to a friend the other day that I hadn't spoken to for like ages, and she immediately sneezed and was like, I'm fine. Okay. Oh no. I regularly use my desk as my bookshelf.
I feel that.
Yes. I shall soak my tears with my second pizza in 2 days. Oh dear. Okay. Shall we sprint again? Do you want to go for half an hour this time?
Yeah.
Jean's like, maybe. Is that all right? Okay. Hold on. Let me once again try not to share the sweetie tight. Instead, share the timer. There we go. Okay. Off we go. Hello. If you can still hear me, because the cat's knocked the microphone over like 5 times. Oh, yeah, we had a procession of kitties there, so I read less pages. The other way. Oh, Jean, you've switched.
Yeah, I started listening to my audiobook.
What is it? The Will and the Wilds. Tell us about it.
It's like a fantasy book. To be honest, it's like one of those ones that's just like a bit like a lot of other ones, but you kind of enjoy it because it's like a lot of other ones. It's like, like you know, young woman lives with her father near the edge of a magical forest. They're not very wealthy. She sort of like is really interested in magic, but like can't get any formal training because she's a woman, and then ends up striking a deal with a fairy, and it all goes wrong.
I love that. I love books that are like fantasy bingo though.
Yeah, it's not like, oh my god, this is super original, but it's engaging. I'm enjoying it. It reminds me a bit of the Raven. What was that one called? The Raven. The what?
I know.
No, which one? What happened to it? By who?
See, I feel like I read it. I feel like
Quite a few Raven books. I can't help you.
Yeah,
give us some clues.
Standalone. That's there's an Autumn Fairy Prince.
Enchantment of Ravens.
Yes, thank you.
Well done. That was like unofficial, like somewhere between charades and Who Am I?
That's what gives me the vibes of it. Gives me Enchantment of Raven vibes. Yes.
I love it. And Victoria, you've now got to Cerulean Sea?
Yeah, I've started it. I'm now 32 pages in. It's good. I don't really have an opinion yet. Like, we have met his cat. He does have a cat who
Jean's immediately now more aware. She's like, cat.
It says she sat on the edge of his bed, black tail twitching as she watched him with bright green eyes. She started purring. In most cats, it would be a soothing sound. In this cat, it indicated devious plotting involving nefarious deeds. And I'm like, yes! Because one of the things I liked most about the Jessica Townsend books was the giant cat, the giant talking cat. So
that's what I love about Starfell as well. There's an extremely cowardly talking cat in Starfell who is just so bitter about the fact that he's been dragged out. What?
It's not a cat. It makes very clear. It keeps going, I'm not a cat.
But it is a cat. It is a cat.
But the thing is with this is the cat's got a name that I can't pronounce, which is why I've just, like, when I was reading it out, I was switching words over because I don't know how to say it. It's spelt Calliope.
Calliope.
Calliope?
Calliope, like one of the muses. Calliope.
That would make sense. Thanks.
Oh, I actually knew a thing after bitching for endless hours before about how I could not pronounce names. I knew a thing. Yeah. This is literally how I read now. I'm like mid filming a vlog at the moment where I'm doing a challenge, and I went for a book bath and locked myself in, and Helen literally had to lift my bath tray off and out of the bathroom with Esme on it because I go nowhere now without a cat. There is a cat glued to me at all times. So yeah, yes. Oh, especially when you're still. When I'm doing stuff, it's fine because they're like fascinated with what you're doing. But then once you're still, you're screwed.
I've got Jax on the other side of my laptop, but he's like he was last time when we were sprinting. He's really grumpy because I'm not downstairs on the sofa, which is where I'm supposed to be at this time of night. He's just like coming sniffed all around, giving me this look of like, what are you doing up here? And now he's over, like he's facing away from me, facing towards the door, because he's just like, no, I'm not even looking at you. I can't even look at you right now.
Like, bitch, please.
But I will purr loudly and aggressively so you know that I'm here. It's just like,
yeah. But don't try and touch me, because I'm going to be just one finger out of reach.
Too far.
Just yes.
Yeah.
I read this really wrong. Just finished my sister at the serial killer doing those sprints. I read that so wrong. I read that with sister killing, and I was like, I mean, maybe don't admit that on the internet, Charlotte, but okay. Oh, yay! Watch the last sprint back, and now here we are. I'll probably be here for another couple of hours. Who knows? Who knows? Until I can't read anymore, or until my cats completely destroy my setup. Tidied the kitchen for your mum. Well done, Abby. 20 pages, 15. Oh, look at this for overachievement. I joined when there were 15 minutes left and I had 13 pages. Well done.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh my God.
If Sarah's still hanging about here, she'll be very, very happy. I really want to read a point horror book. It's been bugging the back of my brain for ages. I want to read a Babysitter's Club book, and I want to read a point horror book. It's been annoying me, so I'm gonna do it.
You know, we should get Emma to do a weekend of her reading point horror. That would be hilarious. She's such a whip. Like
that would destroy her. Destroy her. There'd be too much
funny to watch.
She would knock her way out in 30 seconds. 10 pages in, I've cancelled the vlog. Oh, I love Heartstopper. It's adorable.
I've got that up there as well. I need to read that soon.
Ashley, say nothing.
I'm not.
I love that feeling. I've just received a pre-order I've forgotten about. I really love that feeling. Like, it's a book that I bought for me previously because I knew I'd want this book. Yay, me!
Yeah, well done past me. Blimey, 40 pages.
Oh, a 30 page, only 45 left. It's a fantasy newbie. I had no idea what to expect. What are you reading, Sarah? Did I miss you telling us what you're reading?
Sister Song.
Yay! Read Bone Season. I'm obsessed. And Ashley told me actually before I started reading this that it was like every genre in one book, and I've got to like officially just over halfway, knocking myself out for that, just officially over halfway, and it has like tipped into yet another genre, and I'm just like queen. It's just amazing. Oh no, it jumped. Lots of people in Cerulean Z.
Yeah.
Yes, he's saving it for a special occasion, which for me is a bad idea because it never happens.
I feel like, you know, it's a special occasion because it's pandemic. That's the special occasion.
That's fair.
Sometimes you have to make the moment a special occasion by doing something special that you've been saving.
Very true.
Yeah. Like reading.
Yeah.
Because I read Holopox last month, which just was exactly what my brain needed. And I have a feeling this will do a similar thing. Because yeah. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far, but we'll see. I've only ever heard good things about it, so
although
you're right.
I'm listening to Holopox as well, and I can't believe there's a blooming there's a plague infection.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I know. I'm also reading at the moment I'm also reading Cold Earth by Sarah Moss. Is that the author?
Yeah.
Which was written in 2007. It's about a group of archaeologists in Greenland doing a dig, and back home they get news of a pandemic, and it's a pandemic that affects your breathing. and is like really easy, like really quickly spread. And it was written in 2007. And I'm reading it like she actually predicted the future. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
It's really good, but I wouldn't have been able to read it last year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Victoria and I were supposed to be reading Lair of Dreams last month.
I did read most of it.
You read most of it and then DNF'd it, which I'm still not speaking to you about. But I started reading it again, and I got to the same bit that I got to last time, and I was like, no, because there's just random glittery bits from cats everywhere now. There's a sleeping sickness in it, and my brain was just like, no.
I've just seen somebody say the cover calls cerulean sea a big gay blanket, and one day I'm going to desperately need a big gay blanket, and I don't want to have already read it when I need it most.
Okay, that's the best comment ever.
Yeah.
But like, also, just sometimes like reread, right? Like, I just makes me think Pride for me as a film is a big gay blanket, and it's just as cozy a blanket every time I watch it.
I think it was Eugene who recently on a live or something that I don't know where we were talking about it, but you mentioned the Full Monty, and my whole body just went.
I love
it. My whole body was just like, I need it now.
God, I haven't watched that for years. I'm gonna have to watch that again now.
Every time I remember that Ashley lives in Sheffield, I'm like, I can't believe you live where the Full Monty was set.
This is every time you mentioned, I'm just like,
Ashley's like, I'm trying to leave Sheffield and go behind. Like, thank you.
It's my favorite film since I was a child.
Yeah, she is.
I'm not sure where this comment came from, but yes.
I think Chloe was talking about, is Thursday night a good enough reason to open a bottle of wine?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Buy books, drink wine. Oh, Nancy Drew. That's another one I really should do a vlog where I read nostalgic books. Oh,
somebody
Nancy
singing
Drew.
"Keep Your Hat On" in the chat now. That's all. That's going to be in my head all day. Someone's just screenshot that and just post it with no context. Like, how was the live? Well,
only it can't be a screenshot though. It's going to have to be like a 15-second Instagram clip so we can get Jean just being like, yeah.
Head on. I rewatched it.
My brain is still stuck in horrible history, so I've got the blooming I love the people and the people love me so much that they were so the English but I can't go into my head.
Oh my god. Okay, this is do you know, these are my favorite sprints, like where we start at a very sensible place and then we descend into chuckles and it never ends and it makes me so happy.
Oh, I loved that one.
Yeah.
I really loved it. I know Leanne has a different opinion.
Do you know though that one was just it was not for me. That's not like it's a bad book. Unlike The Silent Patient. But this one was just like it's just not for me. Oh yay. It's amazing. And if you like true crime, you need to read it. And that means Ashley.
If you like true crime, I'm just like still reading the one book I'm going through very slowly.
In fairness, I've been going in the dark as a very like fact heavy, like like journalistic type of true crime. So
I had to swap to the audiobook for that one because I couldn't.
The one section that was just breaking down like DNA evolution, and I was like,
yes,
wow, it's intense.
Victoria, how many pages did you say you got?
32 pages in, so just right at the start.
This is why Sarah's one of my favorite people in the world.
Not because of it.
Here for a good time, not for a long time.
You can.
Hi, sorry that you've come in when we're crazy.
It's funny because like this level of chaos is more like delirium from we're all a bit tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is.
For different reasons, because it's just like them two both go to sleep early. I'm just tend to get fatigued at this point, and then I'll be like wide awake again at 1 a.m. Leanne's just Leanne.
And then there's just me.
I'm ready for bed.
As in, like, imminently this next second, or just in general, I could fall into bed at any time.
Soon.
Soon.
Oh, that makes me so happy. It's just like it's such a starter. Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, I like that trait in people. I'm very susceptible to the books you've raved about. That's my favorite trait in people. Den of Wolves by Juliet Murray.
That's the third Blackthorn and Grimm, right? I think. Oh,
I still have the first one on my TBR. I started rapping there, like I was starting to sing, and then I got distracted by the minstrels. I was like, oh, I still have minstrels.
Dreamer's Pool or Daughter of the Forest?
Huh?
What one do you have to read, Leanne? Dreamer's Pool or Daughter?
Dreamer's Pool.
So good.
Yeah.
It's like Sherlock Holmes, but a grumpy woman in medieval Ireland with fairies.
I mean, you should just write like the taglines on the backs of the books that I pick up, because that would not have sat on my TBR for that long if you had described that to me.
That's the series that I like desperately want to start, but I keep telling myself I can't until I've at least read the second book.
Yes.
In the other series. So I'm just like, you literally have been meaning to continue that series for about 2 years now. Read it.
It's right, because like the Daughter of the Forest ones, they're all like different people, right? So you like you don't need to read them as a series. Whereas like Blackthorn and Grimm is an actual trilogy with like that you kind of need to then dedicate time to.
Also, I kind of also feel like with completed series, I have less of a, oh my god, I must finish it. Whereas like ongoing series, I feel like I need to catch up immediately. So like Daughter of the Forest is like, get to it whenever. It's finished. It's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. The whole world is going gremlin this year. That's also a mid.
Yeah, that's usually me.
I still haven't read book 6 in the Seven Waters series. I just can't bring myself to finish it because I just love it.
Forever be offended that there's not 7 books in the Seven Waters series.
Yeah, like I really thought about that until now, and you're right. To be fair, I think originally there was only 3. And there's 7. Right, Juliet, let's email.
Give us any 7th book just to make it 7 books.
It just needs to be another woman in the family, so it's like you just do another generation. Like it's easy.
No, don't worry, Najat. We're going to be here for a while. You can tell that several of us are. Well, I'll be here for a while. It's okay. Everybody else is going to slowly drop like flies, and I'll just have to drop them from the screen because they'll be asleep. But I'll be here for a while. It's fine. I'm here for crazies like me. Oh, that's a choice. I actually, controversially, I like A Little Life quite a lot, which is like, for me, it's quite, it's like an odd, I know it's a very odd, like, I don't know.
I'm just like, is that controversial? I haven't heard anybody dislike it.
Oh God, no, I absolutely hate. It's like you're one or the other. Mercedes did like, I swear, like an hour-long video about why it's awful.
I do own it, and I do want to read it because I'm just like, I don't understand how literally everybody I've ever known cries. But do also hate some of my patrons because guess what's in that TBR jar the most?
Oh no. Okay, so it didn't make me cry. It made me angry because I mean, there's no other way to put it. It ends up in torture porn, and I mean that's not a spoiler. Everybody knows this is the sole fact that everybody knows about this book, and it very much does. But I don't know. There was something about it where like I was so invested in the characters that by that point I decided what happened to them in my own head, so it didn't really matter what she did with them in the end because the plot was irrelevant by that point. But I am also aware that for me personally, that's a controversial opinion because like everybody expects me to be on the other side of that one. But no, I really liked it.
Yeah, I just can't bring myself to pick something up that I know is going to be depressing. Like, I don't mind books that make me cry along the way, but I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't pick something up knowing it was going to make me feel depressed. It just
and there is definitely a difference between books that make you cry and books that make you feel emotionally manipulated into crying, which is definitely where a lot of life goes.
Oh, Sha.
Job interview. Oh no.
Oh, you'll be okay.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
We're sending all the good vibes.
Yeah.
Yes. We will manifest it into being. Oh god, it jumped again. That's really annoying. I would never usually this is really weird actually. Just this last couple of weeks I have got so many comments from people being like, I don't read any of the books that you talk about, but I'm just here for the energy, and I'm like, thanks, I guess. Like, I read nothing that you talk about, but I'll listen to you talk about it. Jean, would you like to take point on this one?
I have not.
You have not, and it's the one series everybody asks you for an opinion on because Scottish.
Actually read it.
I DNF it though.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
really like the first one. The second one was fine. The third one did a really weird thing in regards to sexual assault and consent. And
I've heard weird things about it.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's not required to be on camera. Thanks, child. I read the first book, liked it fine, but wasn't compelled to go any further with it. However, I also felt the same about the TV show. Watched the first season, absolutely loved it. Then was like, nah.
I did do a survey like of reading Highlander romances though, which was interesting, and some of them were quite good, despite my apprehension.
I've got one of them on my shelf downstairs with my Christmas present. Oh no, I'm so sorry, I've done it again.
The Madness of Lord Ian Mackenzie.
There was somebody who said, "Is a Little Life the infamous gay depressing one?" And then when everyone in the comments was just like, "This made me cry so much," and then they followed up somewhere saying, "Evidently so."
It didn't make me cry, but I threw it across the room when I finished it because I was so mad. That was how I felt about the plot at the end of it. Yes. Yes. I love that. And I'm secure in my choices, but happy for anyone who wants to read that. That's how I'm gonna like screenshot that, and next time somebody tries to persuade me to like reread a book that I've DNF'd, I'm gonna be like, no, I am secure in my choices, but I'm glad that you want to read it.
Yeah.
That's like the best way of saying sod off.
A Curse So Dark and Lonely, trying Cruel Prince again. It's just going to be that, like, no, enjoy it for yourself.
I'm honestly, I'm stealing that. I am secure in my choices. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. It's jumping about all over the place, but it's somebody's first reading sprint. So, hello, welcome. Yes, for the Agatha Christie though. Yes. There's a legitimate comment there as well that I missed where like somebody was like, I'm worried that reading something like that would screw with my mental health, and yes, just skip it. I don't understand why people put themselves through books like that as well, where they're like, I know that this will probably trigger me, but I'm going to read it anyway because everybody says that it's good. Nah, there are so many other books.
Just skip it. There's other stuff.
I'm here to force me to read job required reading. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yep, it will. That's all I'm saying about that. That's the best true crime book I've ever read in my entire life. And book groups, so many people want books that will make them sob. I never understand that. Me too. I cry at so many things. I don't want to cry at that. I don't want to voluntarily cry at books.
If I'm going to cry, I need it to be unexpected. So when people are just like, I cried at this, then I'm not going to cry at it because I'll just be like stone hard face, like, nope.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't mind crying at books, or happy tears is fine. But if I'm just going to come out of it just feeling depressed and a bit rubbish, like, I'm not interested, you know.
Nab has come to go to Auntie Jean. I mean, he's like, please, mummy, put me down, but like, posting Auntie Jean. He's really mad at me now. Yes.
This is Brishan, named after one of the characters' names from a book.
Yes.
I name all of my plants after characters from fantasy books.
I love that. Although that's a very good. Hold on, guys. So I wasn't sure this one was going to live, but clearly, it's now alive. Anybody have a name suggestion? Because I've gone through so many things and I can't look at this. Just like, hi. He's so happy now. Esme's looking at it like, I eat that, yes. I mean, you've already had the end of it. Let's not lie to the internet. That was you. Yeah, but name suggestions. Welcome. Come back. Who doesn't name all of their plants?
I did, but then I went through like a lot of them rapidly, so I lost track of what was called what.
Yeah, I'm the same. I tend to kill plants, so I just don't name them. Otherwise, it's just more upsetting when they inevitably die.
Oh my god, Triffid! I love that one.
Yeah,
that's a great name. Okay, we'll go with Triffid. There is another one of this exact same plant downstairs that again I thought would die, so I will use one of the other names. Oh my god. Trevor the Triffid. Yes.
Like fearful for your life when you're around it.
Meanwhile, I'm more on Caroline's wavelength. Just call it Scraggly Boy.
Scraggly Boy.
Oh, it's so bad. Do you know though, I don't seem to kill plants. I seem to like stunt plants. There's a Hoya up there that since it's come into my house, it has done nothing. It sits there and doesn't die. That's all it does. It just sits and doesn't die.
Say that, it just makes me think of pirates because you're saying a Hoya every time. And
Okay. Now that Ashley's made me conscious of my accent.
A question about the Odyssey.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Emily Wilson, excellent place to start. Yes,
I like it.
I
literally, in the box of books that I have just sent Jean, sent her one of my copies of Antigone. I'm like, oh my god, it's the only copy of anything that Jean doesn't have that I'm gifting. I feel so good.
I will also say, if you don't want literal poetry, then Evie Ryu's translation is.
That's what I started with. I think that's like so many people's because it's prose, right? Like it's like, and then Penguin often like is the one that's usually the Penguin classic. So yeah, Evie Ryu is quite good. What was I going to say? The Antigone you sent me though isn't a translation of Antigone. It's like a French version of Antigone though,
yes.
Isn't it? Yeah. So I was like, I've got copies of Antigone.
By an author whose name I can't pronounce, so I'm not even going to bother trying. Jean. No. We do not do that to the bookcase. He's like, what a kid though. I'm so many people agreeing with this.
Well, it's like I did have many.
To be fair, like I do feel guilty about all my dead plants. I remember their names, and it feels extra sad.
This is what I was about to say. I literally had 3 devil's ivy, which are apparently impossible to kill. Wrong. They all died, and I'd named them after the Schuyler sisters, and I was just like, I've just bloody killed them.
No. I love that. These plants are impossible to kill. Ashley, a challenge.
All of the ones I got that were apparently impossible to kill, I managed to kill. Whereas all of the fussy ones, they're still thriving. I'm like,
Do you mean classics or classics as in Jean's classics?
the ancient ones or your standard?
Jane Eyre classics, right? We're talking.
Yeah, so are we talking Jane Eyre classics or are we talking like Daphnis and Chloe classics? Jean, have you read Stephen Fry's book about Greek mythology?
No, I've read, like, I had it, and I read little bits of it, but I just, like, I think after like 12 years of studying it, there's not really anything new in it for me, to be honest. Like, I like those kind of things because it's like great for people like to read, but like, yeah, I know all the myths.
I had the same thing like with Mythos. I was like, it's fine. I actually DNF heroes because I don't like Stephen Fry's humor put onto ancient classical heroes. Like, it just doesn't gel with me.
I'm with you on that one. It doesn't really like.
I'm going to put up a barricade before I say this. I hate Stephen Fry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the shots in the comments. Oh, I mean, look, we're not alone.
Yeah, people are talking about all the stuff they've killed that you should be able to kill, like cactus. Chloe says you killed a cactus.
Cactuses are demons. Like, why is everything so easy to take care of? No, they're not.
Yeah, Chloe's killed a cactus. Somebody suggested a rubber plant, Ashley, or a ficus.
I actually have saved my rubber plant. It almost gave up on me because it started to like tip over and a little bit weird, but I've managed to like weigh it down and pull it back up again, and it's thriving again.
You've also saved your string of hearts.
I have. That thing's thriving. And I've saved the ivy from spider mites. My ficus, however, I don't actually know if it's alive. I think it's dead. It's not growing any new leaves anymore. Like,
but it's also not turned completely like willowy or rotten or anything. So it's like, do you throw it out or do you like just hope for the best?
Well, it's like I've got more soil coming because the one plant that has been thriving since I got it is a nuke, which is just like, it's insane right now. And it needs repotting because it's just growing like entirely new stems at this point. It's bursting out of its pot. So I do have soil on the way, and I think when I do that big repotting session, I'm going to actually dig out the ficus and see what's happening with its roots, because I'm just like, are you alive?
Repotting's terrifying though. I repotted my baby, which is that ivy, which like goes all the way like up there. And it seems fine. Like touch wood, hairy wood's the best. Like it seems fine, but give it time, because maybe not. Jean has written a book on mythology. She doesn't read his.
Actually, I mean,
I like this. I feel so validated. Yeah, I know there are some people who also don't like Stephen Fry. Like,
I quite like Stephen Fry, but I'm not like. I think I like him more as a presenter than as like a writer or anything. Do you know what I mean?
I don't dislike his writing. I've read a couple. I've read a couple of his bits and pieces and like memoir stuff, and like I don't dislike it, and like I don't hate him as a person, but I think he's like massively overrated, like hugely overrated, and he needs to stop being on every commentary program ever in the entire world. Like, can we just not now?
But he's a poor white dude, Leanne. Like, give him his time.
Wow.
Does not let me have plants anymore. To buy them.
I just have like such extremes. I either have them thriving, which I've saved from death's door, or they just die overnight. I thought my Calathea died the other day. I'm keeping an eye on it now because I'm just like, I don't trust you to just.
I'm with Chloe. She's in the chat saying, I just buy fake plants. Yeah, that's the way forward. Then it doesn't die. It's not a whole thing.
I can't do fake plants because they end up just getting like so dusty. Because like if it's an actual plant, I'm like, oh baby, you need like clean leaves to photosynthesize, and I'm like, you'll be fine. Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, see, this is the way with cactuses. Literally just ignore them. It's like my cast iron plant. It came with care instructions that literally said, leave me alone.
I don't know if they were there. I think it was on she's one of my patrons, and I don't know if she was there in one of my streams where I literally lost my cactus. I had a cactus, and I was like, I just suddenly remembered I hadn't it, and I was like, where is it?
How did you lose a cactus?
Because I moved it and forgot I moved it.
Oh.
It's on one of those shelves I built, Leanne. Do you know the little shelves I've
Yeah,
got?
the little one. Oh my God.
Completely forgot, and then I was like, well, it's a good job they don't need water in the afternoon, because I just forgot about it for about a month.
You redecorated and now it's gone.
I was so confused.
When I was 18, I genuinely cactuses didn't need water, like ever. And someone gave me some cacti for like my 18th birthday. I didn't really want the obligation of plants. And like 3 years later or something like that, my dad one day just went to me, have you been watering your cacti recently? And I was like, I've never watered them, like ever. And I was like, am I supposed to water them? And he was like, yeah, I have been watering them for you. Thanks.
Oh no.
No, actually, my mum takes care of them. I still haven't taken responsibility.
This has been me for about a month, because it naturally drops all its leaves over winter, so I'm like, okay, I've been told that's normal. And then I was like, but is it going to grow back? And now we're in spring and everything else is growing, and I'm like,
hello. I love it. Okay, I'm very behind. I'm sorry. There we go, Jane. One for you.
Oh, it's how boring is this? It's called Greek myths.
Wait.
It's called Greek myths meet the heroes, gods, and monsters of ancient Greece. It is for children though, but that's it. All reputable bookstores. And you can buy it anywhere, like Amazon.
Clearly, we need it in our life.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but it's the primary age demographic is sort of like 7 to 11-year-olds. But I'm an advocate of reading children's books as an adult, so I'm not going to tell you not to read it.
Now I'm scared to put it down somewhere because it's precious and the cats might get it. Okay.
So she puts it back down on the floor.
No, I nearly put it on the floor and then I was like, wait, no. So it's now on top of the thriller books where they can't get it. Yay.
Thank you. I just feel like weird. So.
I feel seen.
I've never decided to plant, won't I?
I see so much advice about first pet saying a plant first and being keep it alive, you can keep a pet alive, but I know there's so much. That's so true.
This is the thing. If an animal is thirsty, you can probably figure it out because they're going to go and look for a water source. Plants will just die.
Yeah.
But and very much like pears, like not ripe, dead. That's what plants do. Like, I'm okay, I'm good.
And then it's like if you say a leaf is gone weird, like I don't know, it's a bit crispy. It'll be like it could be overwatered, but it also could be underwater. And I'm like, great, thanks.
Yeah, I hate that.
I just don't have the patience. This is what it comes down to. I just do not have the patience to try and figure it out, which is why stuff dies. It's just like, and then I turn around and it's crispy and it's like, oh, give up.
Oh,
Murdered.
That's an interesting choice of word.
That makes it sound very intentional.
I was going to say, imagining someone holding a cactus and just going,
yeah.
And,
just like,
or like watering it with like bleach or something to like deliberately bump it off.
Oh, Victoria, you took that up to a whole other level there. We're just like, and she's like, bleach.
Well,
Oh,
I'm not sure how else you'd murder a cacti.
Yeah,
Is it-
Jean
Oh,
Victor. Yeah.
I did have someone comment on TikTok the other day saying, because I read a bit from my book, and they were like, I sold a copy of that book in like the bookshop I worked in the day before and didn't know you wrote it. And I was like, that's so cool though.
I have so hold on, let me see if I can find a safe picture of that.
Suitable picture.
Oh,
So basically, Esme from like a tiny kitten when she was literally this size took to sleeping on Helen's pillow, and now she sleeps there permanently. But that also means that during the night, if she goes for water, she comes back and puts her wet paws on Helen's face. She's farted directly into her nose a couple of times. Like, it's not as cute as you guys think it is.
No.
Okay, that's just overachieving.
Wow.
I hate tomatoes.
That's
And that is all. Goodbye.
Mic drop. Off she goes.
oh my god. I'm wrecked by that. I don't know what to say about that now.
I'll have some water. You can have some water.
Was that just like, I feel guilty, I will water the plants now. Oh my god, so many people have managed to keep a 3-year-old kid alive.
Yeah. I've got an 11-year-old that I've helped keep alive, and that's fine, but so many plants have not made it.
Oh, I noticed this morning my 7-year-old had snuck a mug of half alive dandelions on the heat pad in my mini greenhouse. Oh, that is so cute. Okay, so shall we sprint again? Will this be the last sprint for Jean and Victoria?
Yeah.
Okay. Will we go for half an hour, or do you want shorter?
I'm good with half an hour.
Is that okay? Jean's like, I might leave during it.
20 minutes?
Okay.
20 minutes. Then I might have to leave and go to sleep.
Right, hold on. Let me reset the timer before I put it on the screen because everybody's laughing and I can't get it to do.
Oh my god, Heather, I am literally coming to Blackwell's on the 26th. Don't you worry. I will be there.
She'll be first in the queue. As soon as you open the door, she'll be there.
I'll be there in spirit.
How did I say that? Waiting for the book recommendations.
I'm really enjoying it. Really
Yay.
enjoying it. The writing is really lovely. And I will say, like, I think like the one criticism I have for it, I guess, is that there is a lot of reciting of myths. So because I already know them, that means I'm getting through it really quick because it's just like reading the same stories again. But the bits that have been added and the way that they're added, and like the way the stories are all woven together, is really interesting. So I'm enjoying it.
It's also so pretty.
Yeah, it's so pretty.
It's disgustingly pretty. Like, how dare
And is that the proof? Is that the art?
Yeah, that's the art.
Wow. Blimey.
Who gave it permission?
Is it like Cersei?
Yeah. Very much so.
Oh. That's tantalizing. like come,
Last time I went to-
children. I have recommendations for you.
I have a few recommendations for you.
Heather, I
bought
promise
her book in Blackwell's because of Heather last time I was there, and I freaking loved it. So I'll take them.
Amazing. I promise. I promise as soon as I have my second vaccination, I will come and let Heather just put books in my arms, and I will buy them all, like just all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my first reading sprint. It's been so enjoyable. Oh, we'll be back. We'll be back. Okay, so I will hold on. Why do I find this so difficult every time? Oh my god!
That would work though with me. I'd be like, oh yeah, okay.
I'm here.
Take the books.
Okay, right. Let's start.
I'm gonna go get snacks.
Yeah. I love that Victoria is like, I will get in all of the reading right to the very last second of the timer.
Well, I'm 62 pages in now. I'm in.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm really liking it already.
A bad thing just happened.
Oh no.
A bad thing happened. I'm like, Helen came up with tea and I'm like, a bad thing's happening. Somebody say hello. So Helen came to say hello.
Hi.
And Fitz came for Auntie Ashley. Hold on, let's see. Can we actually like
Ashley's face lights up.
Oh.
like, get off. Not amused. Like, how dares you touch me? Oh.
See if I can get Jack.
Hello. Hello.
Can you see him?
Hello. Oh, Jack.
Oh.
He's like, get away from me, terrible woman.
And also, hi kitties. Hi Fitz. I saw a question, and hold on, let me go back to it. So probably in another couple of weeks. I'm trying not to. We're all super busy beans, so I'm trying to make sure that when we arrive here, we're just nice and chill, and like we don't have lots of other commitments when we're doing this. So, but if Sabrina, you are looking for more sprints, I am sprinting with Patreons on Saturday, and I know that like Ashley does really regular Patreon sprints also. And yes to all of those recommendations for places with regular sprints. That was Fitz landing on the floor. Yes. Oh, and more people who sprint. Yeah. Yay. So how did everybody do on that sprint? Is Ashley still enjoying Ariadne? Wow, Ariadne and Ashley back to back for me apparently.
I read like 12 pages, but I spent the first half of the sprint snacking. So
okay, so that's also very interesting. I'm invested in that. What did you snack on?
I had giant Cheetos and also chocolate because I couldn't decide which, so I decided both.
Solid choices. Nice.
Yes, I like it. And Jean, who is now like solidly getting ready for bed in front of us as we speak. Are you enjoying your audiobook?
Yeah, I'm still listening to it.
Yay!
It's much the same.
Oh, I hope you get him.
We all hope you get him, mostly so we can completely live vicariously through you with the giant main kitty.
How will the hamster be with a pussycat?
Oh well, we had gerbils with our cats and
Cat TV.
It was just kitty TV, yeah. And when I used to, before Helen and I moved in together, way back when I was a child, the cats used to sleep on top of the gerbil tank and it was fine. Like everybody was still good. Everybody was fine. It was definitely for Jean and Victoria. How is Ashley feeling?
I'm good to go.
Cool. Yeah, we'll probably be around for another couple. Could we do early morning sprints? I mean, Jean's like, no. Victoria's like, my weekends are mine. I could probably arrange an early morning sprint to hang around. Ashley, are you just a frolic through fiction?
I am indeed, and also thank you if you're gonna.
I'm literary diversions over there. I know that's confusing because I'm Novel Menagerie on Instagram. I'm very sorry. I just don't have the energy to run 2 Instagram accounts. Can't do it. Yeah, so thank you very much if you join. That is lovely. Oh, about 12 pages in. It's a confusing book. I can't do books that make me use my brain right now. Just can't, like, if it requires me to actually like piece things together, I'm just like, nah, I'm out. What are you reading?
Don't ask me questions. Means I've got to think.
Dance, monkey, dance. Oh, Nevermore.
Yes.
Oh, yay!
Oh,
Good choice.
And
I've had it on my TBR for a very, very long time.
Victoria put it on your TBR.
And I just haven't got round to it. I've never fancied it. I don't know why. I've just never fancied it.
Mm.
And I didn't like the first. It's an audiobook, obviously, for me, so half an hour. But now I'm really into it, and I'm actually near the end now, so it's good. Yeah, enjoying
That's
it.
Good.
Interestingly enough,
It's getting better.
yes,
series
the first chapter, when I was reading it, the first chapter, I was like, it's okay, but then I was
Then it
hooked.
picks up. Yes.
Yes. What did you read last before that, though? You really enjoyed the last thing that you read as well, because I thought I'm surprised that she's on Nevermore, because I thought you were on the other thing. What were you reading right before that? This is what, see, you should add things to Goodreads, and then you would know things. Then you would know things.
It is on Goodreads, actually.
Oh,
my phone's downstairs.
Okay.
I read The Strange Case very recently.
Yeah, The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Door, because of course,
because it's awesome and it's fantastic.
Helen lives with me, so she has to listen to me talk about stuff constantly.
But I've read something else.
I need to read book
2.
I need to read book 2 in that series.
But it's so massive. I want to read it this month, but it's
I've got it on my Kindle. I don't know why I'm holding up my phone. I've got it on my Kindle, so it doesn't look.
So it's deceptive.
It doesn't intimidate
me. Yay! More Alchemist Door love. Woohoo! They help me read way more as well. So just to spoil the vlog for you, I'm currently doing a vlog where I read for an hour a day every day for 7 days to see what it does to my reading. And I struggled, like, for the first 2 days. I kept getting in at like 50 minutes and then something would happen and I was like, and now I'm like, my total done gone up.
Is that like a solid hour or an hour total?
Yeah, so just sit down, read for 1 hour, do nothing else, because I'm really guilty of reading in like little dribs and drabs all through the day, and that used to work for me, but it doesn't work for me anymore because I just get distracted and I put it down.
Yeah.
It also helps that I've been like locking myself in the bath where I can't access my phone.
Yeah, I use the Forest app to stop me touching my phone when I'm reading. Because it's really good, because then I'm just gonna get it now and show you, because then you get like a whole forest of trees that you've grown. Oh, that you cannot see that at all. Ooh. Can you see that a little bit? The glare is really horrible.
Is that the one though where is that the one where you set the timer and your tree starts growing, and if you go off
if you touch the screen, it dies. Yeah.
No!
Or you can do it the other way. They've added a stopwatch feature, so you just press the stopwatch, and as long as you do at least 10 minutes, then you get a tree that grows. But it just, because I'm really bad for like reading for like 2 minutes and then scrolling my phone, and then being
this
like,
one?
oh, I'm reading.
This?
Yes, yeah, that's it. Yeah. I also use it for, it's really good when I'm lesson planning as well, because then I can't touch my can't scroll Twitter whilst I'm supposed to be planning what to teach the year 7s.
So what you're essentially saying is we can grow plants on that and we don't need house plants.
It's the only plants I can grow is on that app.
Ashley, I've literally cut you off twice now. I'm so sorry.
It's because like that app, everyone's just like, Ashley loves plants. She wants to get off her phone. Perfect app. And I'm just like, no, because that's going against everything in me where I'm just like, I do not need an app to tell me to get off my phone. I will sheer determination.
That's a really, okay, that's a very good point. I actually hadn't thought about it that way, and now I'm like, I am addicted to my phone. Oh no.
Yeah,
You will.
but the thing,
determination.
I'm. What was that quote earlier? I'm comfortable with my choices or whatever. Like I know that I'm hooked on my phone. Yeah, I'm comfortable with my choices. Like I know that I'm hooked on my phone, so that helps me just put it down. Like put it down, read a book, do nothing else.
I did notice that like one thing is just the whole out of sight, out of mind thing for me. So it's like literally I can shove my phone under my pillow, and I've got the Google Nest set up to give me reading sprints.
Yes. Alexa now knows how to start reading sprints and also how to tell my dog to get into the bin when he's bad.
I will just say I've just gained 2 patrons, so if you're here, thank you so much.
Oh, so nice.
That is lovely.
Oh, yeah. So just for the record, get in the bin used to be what we would tell Nimbus when he was a tiny little puppy, and he used to be really annoying. So now, if I say to Alexa, Alexa, what should I do with Nimbus? And she's like, get in the bin.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's amazing.
I don't know if we're helping with this or not.
I wonder what this bakery app is as well. God, all these like clever apps. I have like genuinely this year I have got so much worse for just fiddling on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, as much as I'm just like, no, I will do it through determination or whatever. I have also specifically put the screen time settings on my, like it's on iPhones. Don't know if it's on other phones, probably, but the screen time section on there, you can set app restrictions. So I do have that on because I spend 40 minutes. It's like locks me out. Once I've done
Try that.
But also with the other side of the Forest app is I can look at the end of each day and be like, oh, I spent this much time reading or this much time planning or whatever, because you can set loads of different things, different things to track. So it's just quite easy.
You're selling it.
Yeah, anything that we can like get a little graph of accomplishments at the end of it, I'm like,
yeah, because it'll tell me, you know, how much percentage of the day I've spent doing various things, and it's just like, oh, actually, I didn't waste quite as much time as I thought I had today.
I need a something that tells me well done at the end. I'm here.
So you get like a that was so well timed. And yeah, you get a little the glare is awful. You get a little pie chart at the end of each day, which shows you like how you split your day up.
Oh, now you've hooked Jean.
Jean's
like, all of the in-app purchases, I will have them.
No, I think it's just a one-off payment.
Yeah.
One night.
Yeah.
That's
it's
amazing.
I prefer that than these tricky, like we're gonna charge you for different features things. But what if I read it at the end of the day and it doesn't look like I've split my day up well? Then am I just going to feel really bad?
Well,
or is it going to be motion for the next day?
No, those things don't motivate me. They just make me feel miserable.
This is a very fine line that I walk.
I need positive motivation.
Yeah, Ashley, you definitely you have the voice in your head that goes, but you didn't try hard enough. Like, that's a very Ashley trait. I recognize that.
I can't put too many tracker things on what I'm doing because then it's just like, but you should have spent another half an hour doing that, and I'm just like,
yeah.
So like, send me voice notes though of like the 52 things that she's accomplished that day, and I'm like, well, I brushed my teeth.
That's an accomplishment. Like any of this, someone was saying yesterday that all they'd done all day was shower, and I was like, great, you showered. That's, you know, you could have not showered. And then
this is so true. But the problem is Ashley's voicemails are then like followed up with, but I just didn't get these other 52 things done, and it's not good enough. And I'm like, bitch.
Oh.
Hey, I'm feeling pretty good about myself today because I still finished work before 8 because I finished editing the video within the first 2 sprints.
Woohoo!
So well done.
Yay! I love this. The Forest app connected to Facebook, you can tell when it's exam season because everyone starts logging mad time. That's great. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll help you with your PhD.
No, nothing can help me with my PhD.
I'm trying to be positive. It also seems to be like so. Yeah, I mean,
It's very dark.
Yeah, I've got very dark. I mean, also Helen's like away to get a studio light, so in a minute I'm going to be like, oh no, you're going to see the mascara that's run down my face that you can't see because it's dark.
Gradually get more and more shiny and start reflecting the screen back at you.
At least you two try. I barely brushed my hair today. I just put my glasses on. I was like, that'll do.
Oh no, girl, this was for camera. This was not for me. I don't put makeup on for me. I put makeup on when I'm filming. That's it. I put makeup on for you people. And occasionally, very occasionally, for Helen.
Helen, yeah.
Thank you very much. Please do not actually shine it at my face because you'll see what I really look like and it'll be like Dorian Gray.
Oh, stop.
Okay. Are you okay, Jean?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading Alexa. No, I'm not going to say that out loud.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to say it out loud either, but I will put it up for everybody to read.
No, sorry, I was just laughing at that.
Oh dear. Okay. Oh, you're getting very industrial here. She's so well trained. Everybody needs a Helen.
We do. I feel like we.
I mean, you can't have her. She's mine. But
no, talking about the Dorian Gray thing, I watched because with my wrap ups I film them vlog style, so I film like clips as I go through the month. And when I watched back my March one, at the start of the month I was still teaching from home, and then we moved into like in school learning, and you can literally see me aging through the vlog. I just get more and more like drawn and like tired and a bit crumpled, and by the end I was like, wow. And also I swapped over to an iPhone 11 about halfway through the month, and that camera is not forgiving at all. Like, my god, like it was just from the start of the video I'm all like bubbly and energetic and blah, blah, blah. By the end I was just like, there was a book, I read it, I have nothing today, it was fine. It's just like, oh dear.
I love the Wave Helen app.
Yes.
Yes, trademark it.
Do lots of little things.
Yeah.
Love them very well.
oh no, that's a lie.
Not really.
That is a barefaced lie. You are excellent at many things.
I'm going to get the Forest app.
You literally taught me how to put shelves up through a screen.
You taught Ashley. Oh no, you can see me now. You taught Ashley about shelves over FaceTime.
I did.
Like,
That was fun.
you give people recipes over FaceTime. I was worried that the cat was going to claw my leg there. That was why I was just. Yeah, there you go. See, look, everybody needs a lovely wife. Our friend Ellis lives for. She'll send a voicemail, with like accomplishments that she has done during the day, just to get a fantastic from Helen. I know, it would be full of like positive affirmations and octopus on the head pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's lovely wife Helen from? I literally just thought I heard my godmother from the Isle of Wight when she spoke then.
I've never been to the Isle of Wight, but I'd like to. I'm from Suffolk.
I might send you there.
Rude.
You're from
Suffolk.
But you're not from the country part of Suffolk.
No, I don't have a Suffolk accent. No.
It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The first time I heard like a proper Suffolk accent, I literally just sat there like, was that Elvish? So bad. Oh, that's so sweet. Everybody can have BookTube friends. BookTube's the easiest place to make friends ever.
Yeah.
It's not like we've all known each other since day one.
I was literally about to say, I was like, the people that you see me talking to now, I literally have become friends with over the past 2 years after like 6 years being on BookTube. So
yeah, me too. 7 years being on BookTube, and I think like the last sort of year and a half, I have like made friendships that'll last me like the rest of my life. I know. I love you all.
I was like, that's me.
Yay! like literally my best friends. And it was all oh God. What was that?
9 bloody years.
Yeah, I know you've got us all beat. Do you want to tell that story?
I'm like, sure, it's a good thing. Like at this point, I'm just like, wow.
And you're still here, still going strong.
It is worth it for the lovely friends, and that is the thing. I do feel like, you know, you think when you start like 9 years ago, obviously there's people I'm still friendly with, but like I've kept making friends. Like I've got friends that I made 2 years ago. I've got friends that I made 5 years ago. And it's like yeah, it's forever. It's so lovely.
And BookTube, I think, gives you like all different levels of friends, because like you get the friends that you love making videos with and stuff like that, and you'll talk to occasionally, and then you get like friends that you do loads of stuff with, you do readathons with and read-alongs and like buddy reads and stuff, and then occasionally you get gems like you guys who like fall into your lap, and you're like, okay, well, I'm never letting you go, and when the pandemic's finished, I'm going to be on your doorstep. So. Okay, so I can get rid of this bloody question. Would you like to?
Okay. I am a driving instructor, and Leanne was one of my pupils. That's how we met.
It was a lottery system, and it allocated me Helen, and I allocated myself to Helen forever, and now she can't get rid of me. Oh, yeah. Somerset and Suffolk country accent is very similar.
They are.
I have a Suffolk accent. I'm so sorry if I have offended anybody with Suffolk accents. They are actually beautiful accents, but it literally sounds like Elvish. People don't understand me when I get going. I mean, in fairness, that's the same as the Scottish accent. The first time Ellis came up here, a waiter talked to her in what I thought was a very mild Scottish accent, and she was like, yep. And the person walked away, and she went, "What did she say?" And I'm like, "You were agreeing." And she was like, "I got not a single word." I was like.
I said to Leanne, I think it was yesterday, I was like, I'm so waiting for the moment, because it's like I have so many Scottish friends. I've known a lot of Scottish people in my life. And like, I'm okay with it. I know some of the slang and like words being swapped out and stuff, but I'm just waiting for the moment where I go up to Scotland and there's just somebody who I'm just like,
please help me. give me a clue. Like 4 words. It's a book.
Like my boyfriend's lived here for 5-6 years, and like I remember I said a word the other day, and he was like, "What does that mean?" And I was like, "It didn't even like occur to me that it wasn't like a really common word."
My mum actually quite often is like, ask Helen if she knows what X means. Like, she's sad when she can't catch you out though, because sometimes like in the area that we're in, we have a real mix of really heavy accents and like really sort of very quite proper accents. And Helen has now had a mix of pupils from all places, so you have a very strange vocabulary now.
I will say though, like the thing is though, if you were born in the Borders, everyone in Scotland would say you weren't Scottish. So
yeah, exactly.
It'd be lose. It'd be lose. And like most of my friends from the Borders do not sound Scottish at all. Oh,
everybody loves the jeans. Everybody like can't have her. She's hers. Everybody loves the jeans. In a totally non-creepy way. I kind of like do you want a 20-something nerd to live in the non-existent basement?
It is non-existent. You're right.
Will you feed pets? Occasionally walk them around like the block and order from takeaways for us because neither of us like the phone.
Yes.
In which case, yes.
Literally, like the Just Eat app, I swear to God, has been my savior, because I'm just like, I would never, well, savior, depends how you see it. Like I say, I would never do it if it wasn't for the app, because I just wouldn't like phoning people. But
I'm gonna age myself massively with this, but like when Sex and the City did the episode with, it was all about how Miranda was like living on her own, and she was like sad because she was a sad single who'd bought her first apartment and stuff. And she is ringing in a takeaway order, and she rings in her order, and she's like, the lady on the other end's all like, she's like, oh, ha ha ha, and she says this, and this, yes. And Miranda's like, how do you know that? And she's like, every Friday the same thing. And Miranda's literally like, I was like, every Friday and Tuesday and every other Thursday, and when I'm sad, and also when I'm happy. And when I can convince Helen that it's a good idea that she doesn't cook that night. Oh my God. Don't think I have an accent, but Oliver once said he's got a Suffolk accent and sound Australian, so who knows, he's wrong though.
I get said that I sound Australian sometimes. I don't get it
Yeah,
myself.
I can hear that.
Yeah.
I can hear where that would happen. Yeah, a little bit.
Your mum, though, she sounds like a BBC Radio 4 announcer with the and you have tuned in to Radio 4 and it's 4 minutes past the hour. Like, Helen's mum makes you feel like scum just when she opens her mouth. I can't feed and walk myself, and I hate the phone. Sorry. Application denied. Oh, thank you for new patrons. I cry. That episode haunts me because that episode she also chokes on a piece of takeaway food.
Yeah.
Or the episode after that maybe, and she chokes on the food and she's like, it's just gonna be me alone with my cat. And I'm like, it's still going to be me alone, because if Lovely Wife Helen has an audiobook on, I could literally fall down the stairs, break legs, choke, and crawl into the living room with a limb hanging off, and she still wouldn't notice. I'm on my own.
Sex and the City makes out like the one friend in that friend group who is like financially stable, has like an amazing career, is able to buy an apartment in New York by herself, is the sad one. Like, what?
I know. Oh my God. So ordered a takeaway. They sent 2 fortune cookies because they assumed it was for 2 people.
The thing is, I was just about to point out this comment, and also paired with the what's the point of ordering takeaway if you don't overorder.
Yeah.
I feel like it's less of a thing now, or like it's becoming less of a thing, because they all have like delivery limits or something. So you have to overorder it by yourself because you can't get it delivered if not. So it's like when I order takeaway, I tend to order for 2 days because I'm just like, I have to reach a certain amount.
Yeah. Not just that, but also I feel like the whole point of ordering takeaway is so that you don't have to cook. So if you don't get like a lunch out of it the next day, or like a bit of a dinner out of it the next day, it's just like, well, what's the point in that?
Yeah.
Stop making me want takeaway food.
This really is just like the Will the Cat Eat My Eyeballs by Caitlin Doughty. That is
Yes, the answer.
That's not nice. Actually, technically, they'll go for your lips and your ears first because they're softer.
It's the circle of life.
Lovely. That's really what I think about. I want to think about it just before I go to sleep.
I'm very sorry, Carolyn, that was the thing that you joined. I'm so sorry. Yes, it does. Also, like bolognese and lasagna. It's a rule, right?
Like pizza.
Yeah.
Yes, reheated pizza. I used to just do the student thing and eat my pizza the next day, like ice cold, and like
I like
people told me that's disgusting, and now I can't do it anymore because I feel bad.
Helen's face.
Love cold pizza. Yeah, but Helen doesn't think the Easter egg chocolate tastes any different. So
it definitely does. It does.
Thank you.
It's like Coke out of a glass bottle. Totally different experience. Like
100% different. Not the same thing.
Yeah, it isn't. I swear they make it different.
Maniac.
Cold pizza.
Cold pizza, yep. Indian food's better the next day too. Oh my God. Spag bol and a baked potato. Why have I never done that before?
Yeah, really good.
I've had pasta and a baked potato. It is good.
That's a very good idea.
Why have I never done that? Oh, okay. Cold fries are also. I mean, I'll eat any kind of chips.
McDonald's fries dipped into a McFlurry.
Okay, honestly, I thought that was like an urban myth, like the people who ordered deep fried Mars bars, but like you actually do that.
Yeah, there's someone in the chat that's agreeing with you. Not cold fries, but fries dipped in a chocolate milkshake.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so good. Like salty, little bit warm, and then like the freezing cold sweetness next to it. It's like amazing.
Okay, I need to.
But it's not as bad as it sounds.
Level-headed Ashley coming in.
But it's a full-on thing. I thought, like, I had the same reaction where I was like, what on earth? But then I discovered that apparently everybody does it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that's why the milkshakes are always out of stock.
People are either like totally here for this, or like so offended that they're leaving now.
I don't do it with milkshake. I only do it with the McFlurries because I like it to be a bit. I don't like it to be like liquid, but yeah.
Alright, so it's chocolate milkshake here is the thing.
Bye. Thank you.
I'm gonna go too.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna go as well. I need to go to sleep.
I'm actually quite surprised it's 9:10 and Victoria's still awake.
Ha ha ha. Which that was 10 minutes. Thank you.
Love you.
Yeah. Yes. No, it's been fun, but I'm tired now.
Barn. Yeah. Barn.
Start peering at you over my glasses in a minute. Like, pack it in.
That was proper. No, do that again. That was proper, like teacher Victoria. I don't know if there's going to be a market for that, so you better leave now.
Thank you for having me. It's been fun.
Thank you for coming.
See you guys later.
Bye. Bye. And then there were two.
Oh god.
Oh, don't do that. Now I've gone red. I can hear my pulse in my ears. Right. Shoo, because we're gonna read. Thank you for coming.
Welcome.
I thought Jean would be snoring in ear squishmallow by now.
Oh, baffles me. I'm just like, I can't imagine falling asleep at like 9.
It's never happened. Never. Only when I'm ill. Only when I'm ill. Have you ever had poutine? You would love it. Your cheesy chili fries. You would love it. I have to say, if you're going to Google it, the pictures of it are not that appetizing.
Is this a description of it? French fries, gravy, and cheese?
It's cheese curds. It's just cheese. But it's good. It doesn't look appetizing, though, I'm going to say.
Where it's like you have chips, cheese, and gravy, and I'm just like, that sounds revolting.
What?
It just...
Ashley!
Gravy and cheese? No.
Yeah.
No.
The cheese on first, and then the gravy on top, so it melts the cheese. Do you do chips, cheese, and curry sauce?
No, I just do chips and cheese.
No.
Sauce on it. Leave it.
I love it. To get back to the fries, you need to get proper fries or chips from a proper fries or chips place. In Belgium, what is different about fries in Belgium? Are they like triple cooked or something? Please explain.
The fries that I get, do you know when I order everything that I have?
Yes.
The fries that I get, they're Belgian fries.
Oh.
I don't know what I'm but they taste good. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not vibing with cheese and gravy.
It's just, you're upsetting me. What about beans?
Beans I can do.
Okay. And chili you do as well. Like, you do cheese and chili fries, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, okay, I mean...
Gravy is nothing like any of those things.
But I mean, I feel like gravy here is everything here is the consistency of this, but gravy here is the consistency of curry sauce, and that's like thick. It's not like watery. It's not like you're pouring. It's not like pesto.
In Yorkshire.
Fair, okay. Yeah, that was definitely like teaching your granny how to suck eggs. Sorry, I apologize. That's just wrong. What about a roast? What do you do with a roast? Any kind of roast, vegan or otherwise. Like, what do you do with a roast? You can't not have gravy on a roast. Actually, do you not do gravy on anything?
No, I like gravy.
Okay, good. Because I was gonna say, like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna leave now. It's gone too far.
I had to laugh because I went to Becca's house for Christmas, and she like made gravy by like putting everything in that you put in.
Yeah.
And she couldn't get it to thicken up, and she was like stirring it for ages, and I'm just like, stop aside. I'm just like, I've never done it before, but I'm gonna just channel my inner Yorkshire, and it worked.
Yeah.
It actually worked. She was like, what?
Oh my god! It's like, I shall get my artery disease out for you now. I love it. Cheese on toast, man. Roasted cheese. Just don't. I love the amount of people, like, we're solidly split between gravy conversations and conversations about going to sleep and what is acceptable to go to sleep. I missed one, but there's like, there we go, like 2 a.m. is bedtime. And where's Sarah's one? She's like, I can't sleep until a minimum 11:30, even with the baby. My brain is just not programmed to that lifestyle of healthy sleep. Like, what is healthy sleep? Who has that? I don't understand. These people in academia, that's what it is. Oh, there we go. We actually invented them. We have entire takeaway restaurant type things dedicated to chips and
So everyone keeps saying that, like, in protein it needs to be cheese curd specifically.
Yeah, not just cheese.
What it is here. That's not what it is here. Like, people literally put any old cheese with gravy, and I'm like, no.
Hold up. We have to go to Belgium when we're vaccinated. Like, honestly, you know, when you do that, like, what is your desert island food? So if you're on a desert island and you could only take one food, it would be chips, not potatoes. It would be like fries, like properly cooked fries. That would be that's my desert island food.
I thought yours would be macaroni cheese. I thought yours would be macaroni cheese.
But macaroni cheese go on the fries. It's useless without the fries. That's a very Scottish thing. Macaroni cheese is useless without having the fries as a side. Please stop talking about macaroni cheese and fries. Because I'm definitely going to order that if we don't shut up. Oh, cranberry sauce. Yes, we do put cranberry sauce on a roast. Honestly, I keep coming back to this. Like, it was the look on your face, man. Like,
all I can hear, like, when I shouted that was the Sean Bean advert of Yorkshire tea. He just yells like it's a pep talk about how to promote tea, and it's just like, do it for Yorkshire. I'm like, that's all I shouted.
There are sometimes though, like, I think you maybe like don't realize you're dumbing down your accent a little bit, because I do the same when I'm like talking like online or whatever, not talking directly to my family who are from here and nobody else. And occasionally you leave me a voice note and your accent like sings through, and I'm like,
it's not necessarily like I don't actively change it or anything. It's just because I have to slow myself down, because I do also have a slight lisp. So then when I slow myself down, the accent isn't as like me.
Yeah. Scotland question. When we were there, the beef tasted different from America. Is this known? I always wondered if America was just because our standards are so bad. Sadly, it was too weird.
I mean, I don't think I've tasted. I probably did taste beef while I was in Scotland, but I didn't notice anything different. But I just know it's a thing where it's just like American food is just its own variety of food, because they put that many different things in it that it no longer tastes like what it originally tastes like.
Also, you're probably thinking about Aberdeen Angus beef, which is like a very specific type of and cut. And yeah, like is a very different experience. Oh, I love it. Yes, Carolyn. Yes.
This is the thing, I don't like a lot of really popular like chocolate and stuff, and people get so offended by it, and I'm like, it just means you get to eat it all. Why are you so angry?
It's not like my share is impacting your share. Yeah, don't worry. We will probably be here for a little while yet. Are we discussing chippy chips? I feel like chippy chips we would devolve, and there would never be another sprint because we would be too busy arguing. It would be potatoes because then you can make every type of potato snack, but sure, then I would have to cook them, and I don't want to cook them. I just want there to be fries. I don't want there to be a step in between. Yeah. But you like American. I was like, you people. Americans have macaroni cheese as like a side dish. We have it as a main dish. So it's like a main, and then your fries are your side, and you usually get a little bit of side salad or garlic bread.
What throws me is when people have it on pizza, even though I don't know why. Because if you just took all the ingredients from pizza and put it in macaroni, I'd be like, cool, pasta.
Macaroni on pizza?
Yeah, they'll have macaroni cheese on pizza. And I'm like, I don't know why it weirds me out because all the ingredients make sense.
Maybe the reason that we don't have that here is because you couldn't deep fry that. because not gonna lie, we do genuinely deep fry pizza. You can get a pizza crunch, which is a whole pizza just deep fried with batter on top. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's the answer. Belgian fries are double fried. First at around 150 Celsius, let them cool completely, and then a second time at 180 Celsius. Never thought my first comment of picture was going to be about cooking. We appreciate it though, Charlotte.
You came in with like specific facts.
Yeah, like you have solved the mystery and you're also like, impressed us.
Biding your time and then coming in being like, time to go, guys.
Oh, ranch. I miss proper ranch, American ranch, because we don't have proper American ranch over here. We have ranch that's just like a cheesy mayo-y sauce, and it's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing. Sarah, that's definite baby brain still. It's making tuna mayo and I meant to grab pepper, but I grabbed garam masala and then kept thinking, why does my food smell so spicy?
I saw this thing. I've never been so baffled, but I'm also like, I kind of want to try it, even though it would literally deter every single person within like a 20-mile radius. Somebody literally just got, I didn't even know you could get this, but like, do you know garlic cloves that were in or something? Yeah. Got a jar of that and then just put like a shit ton of spice and stuff in it and just ate it as a snack. And I'm just like, you're just eating garlic cloves.
I mean, hold on. The cat fountain is making a really horrible noise and I need it to stop immediately. Never a more on-brand thing was ever said. I've eaten whole garlic cloves in like Greek salads and stuff, but I've never thought about that. I'm no. Oh no, I haven't. Oh, see, now we just need to do an entire stream at some point that is just about food. Oh, how do I live there? I will make room for you in my spare room, but the same things as Kenda's basement apply. Need to walk the dogs and be able to like phone the takeaway.
The one thing that I can take as a very distinctly Sheffield thing. Have you tried relish?
As in, like, well, I mean, I know that relish exists and that, like, also, what's the word I'm looking for? Chutney exists, like chutney and relish. I know that it's a thing, but no.
Henderson's relish is a very specific sauce.
What's in Henderson's relish?
No one knows what it is outside of Sheffield, I swear.
Please explain. I bet you Helen's downstairs screaming like, I know what it is. Tell me what it is.
It's difficult to explain. It's kind of vinegary. Like you would put it in with, well, you say that, but then you say you put it in gravy and it's like, no. It's really difficult to explain. I'm just gonna have to like bring a bottle up for you.
I mean, yes. Well, obviously. Obviously. Oh my god.
It's like the thing here. If there's anything to take from Sheffield, it's the Steelworks and Henderson's Relish. Like, if you go
Okay.
into any kind of museum, it will have Hendos. Like,
I need to, yeah, okay, yeah, you need to bring some up. That's, I'm so sorry to all the people who we have made really, really hungry. And I'm currently waiting for an asparagus lasagna that's been promised to me by my husband for hours. Sack him. I think I could do the garlic thing. Oh my god. Doggies are downstairs. Kittens are playing upstairs. They do have full integration, but they choose not to. So doggies at another time. Oh, there you go. You edit her voice exactly the same. Oh.
I've only ever had 2 people, including that person who's ever like recognized it.
Recognize where your accent comes from. I think it's funny though because I can recognize I'm like smack bang between Edinburgh and Glasgow, and I recognize people with the same accent immediately, but nobody can ever tell me where I'm from. So that's like I find that really interesting.
I usually just where are you from? Because I kind of recognize it, but I can't place it specifically.
Oh, sorry, hold on. I got distracted by this. Heinz sells a 3-pack for summer, ketchup, mustard, and relish. It makes no sense to buy these for the ketchup and mustard.
I'm just like, is that the same relish? Because I don't know why you'd put it with ketchup and mustard. Like, I've never seen that.
Yay! The lasagna's been delivered. That's what we like to hear. Okay. Well, we take the lasagna delivery as time for another sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Will we go? Wait, where? Oh, hold on. Why am I incompetent with the timer? I shouldn't be allowed in charge of the timer, Ashley. Do I do 20 minutes or half an hour?
Don't mind.
Okay, will we go half an hour then? Cool. Right.
When I first started watching you, Ashley, I just jumped while I was reading. I thought you were from York. It's close to Yorkshire, right? Yes, it is close by.
Yeah. Hard relates to the accent thing. I've had Scottish, Irish, mostly get Geordie, someone from Hartlepool, so I was from Hartlepool had worse recently, Orkney.
Literally the other day, I got somebody being like, "Are you from Ireland?" And I'm like, "No." No.
I think that legitimately though, as you've made it as an honorary Scottish person. Like once you're up here, you'll be fine because if somebody thinks you're from Ireland, that's it. I mean, once they develop thumbs, we're all screwed.
There was somebody who commented once being like, "I'm from Essex too," and I was like, "I'm not." It's like, just take the 2 off there and we can continue.
Good for you. Can't relate. Oh my god. Right, hold on. I will work out one day how to seamlessly do this, but today is not the day.
This is why I don't change the time frames in my things. So I'm just like,
I just shouldn't be in charge of this. You shouldn't allow me to be in charge of this. Right, here we go. Hello. Things are happening, Ashley. Things are happening. I will be surprised if after we're finished here, I don't end up not being able to sleep and like racing through the end of this, because
How much have you got left?
I'm on 317 or well, less than that, because there's a short story at the end, so I don't really know, to be honest. 400 and something. Because there's like glossaries and stuff at the end. So although when I bought the hardback, when I broke my book buying ban and bought the hardback, there is a much better table, because I guess they had more room, so there's like a much better table in the front for all the different levels of clairvoyance and like all the terms for them. And so I now finally know what some things mean, and I'm like, why wasn't it in this one? But never mind, it's okay. How did you get on?
Read about 40 pages.
I
only have 122 left, so I'm like,
oh, so we'll finish it tonight?
I don't know, I want to, but I also want to do my Zumba and get in the shower and everything.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I think like maybe like one more sprint. Probably not finish it on sprints, but maybe after your Zumba in the shower.
That's what I'm thinking, because I'm like, if we do another sprint, I'm going to
Yeah.
get to the 100 page mark, which is always the part where I'm like, read.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
It really bothers me if I have less than 100 pages left before finishing a book. I can't put a book down if I've only got like,
I understand. Because it's like the end is in sight. It's like an achievable end, right?
I think it's ingrained in my brain as well that like I can read 100 pages a day. I haven't done that in ages, besides like maybe recently with this book.
Yeah.
But, like when, God, it must have been like first year of uni and before that, I would always read at least 100 pages a day, and that was the thing that I could like guarantee in my life.
Yeah.
I'm going to read 100 pages of a book today, and I used to literally count. Like I'd flick to the back of the book and be like, okay, there's 400 pages, so it's going to take me 4 days to read. And that's been ingrained in me now. Even though it's not happened that way for years, but I still have it in my brain, and that's why if I get under 100 pages, I'm like, I know I can finish it today, even though it's like that hasn't happened.
Are you usually like a committed one book at a time reader? No. So like several books on the go. Yeah, because like I know you have had recently, but like I was wondering if that was like a new thing because you're not reading like a dedicated 100 pages a day, or like have you always been a pick up many books at the same time person?
I haven't always been. I think, well, actually, I probably have to some extent, but a very different extent.
Yeah.
So I've always studied literature, so I've always been reading other books.
Yeah.
For college or uni or school or whatever level I was at. I've always been reading something else that I didn't want to read. But I was usually, up until maybe I started uni, usually I would have like one of my own reads. And just
on the go at all times.
Like do the 100 pages, we're just going to get through it. Whereas now I'm just like, okay, we'll read a bit of that one and a bit of that one and a bit of that one over there.
What I find is like I always start out the month, because when I do like stack it, the physical TBR that like I pick off and read in order, I always start with the first one, and that's fine. But because I also allow myself to mood read in the month, I then end up picking up another couple of things, and then something always wins. I feel like I get to like the 200 page mark and everything, and then something wins, and I finish that, and I'm like, oh, was I reading other things? I suppose I was, but they're not as good as the thing I just finished.
I always have a main read. It's usually the one I'm reading for a reason, but like there's my main read and then there's everything else.
Sarah managed to finish Sister Song. Woohoo! I need some ideas for other light fantasy rooted in real history, because this really worked for me. I mean, I guess I always would say Juliet Marillier has got, like, I wouldn't say it's real history, but there's a lot of, like, classic myths there, and it does feel very like it happened in our world, just plus magic.
Don't know if I'd call it light fantasy.
No, I wouldn't. No, definitely not light fantasy. But I don't think it's not a high fantasy, and that there's like 76 million world building objects to remember and like different magic systems and stuff like that. It's very much like myth and fairy tale based fantasy, which I guess in my head I count as light fantasy.
The one which I always get, I'm just like, is this categorized as fantasy? Usually it's in just like fiction in Waterstones, which is no help. Song of Achilles, very minimal fantasy, but it feels historical, even though it's myth and history. And
yep. So Natalie Haynes stuff as well. Yep.
This.
Yes.
Any Greek retellings that aren't labeled as fantasy will work as light fantasy.
Yes. And I mean, like, it depends on what kind of fantasy you want, because if you just strictly want stuff that is like rooted in our world, I guess you could count that there are some like light portal fantasies out there that start out in our world and then, you know, go other places. Woohoo, finishing books. Yay, well done. I'm assuming that is in your book. I was like, bad things are happening. I'm assuming that means everybody's dying in the book. Woohoo! Loads of people finishing. That's amazing.
Well, now I feel like I should finish my book tonight.
Peer pressure works. Peer pressure works. Hey, 22 pages is great. And you managed to put a child to bed. I'm impressed. Mm-hmm. Oh, I only have 40 pages left of Heartstopper. You'll so finish that on the next one. Mm-hmm. You'll so finish that on our last sprint. 100 pages left of Queens of Geek. And I grew a tree. Yay! Everybody's going to be downloading the Forest app now. 130 pages so far in these sprints. That's amazing. Well done. John, we are reading The Bone Season and Ariadne.
Which way does need to go to?
Yeah.
Where's the title?
I got ready for bed in 12 pages. That's great. Wow, I'm loving it. 100 pages today. It feels like a quick story to read. 3 books on the go at present. Yeah, I do that as well though, because like I panic that I'm not going to get, like when I read multiple books at a time, I panic that I'm not going to finish them all by the end of the month. But then what seems to happen is I feel like I'm reading them all month and I'm finishing nothing and it's awful. And then in the last couple of days of the month, I'm like, accomplishments. And maybe I'll read Sister Song next. Yeah. Victoria has nothing but good things to say about that. So, about 100 pages left in my book now. Ooh, you're at Ashley's finish mark. I just want to dip my toes in, as besides Discworld, that's the only fantasy I've managed to finish, so I'll try those things first. I guess as well, if you've read Discworld and you've loved it, you could go for other sort of light humorous fantasy like Tom Holt maybe. I have got, did you see that? I had like a big smear of eyeliner, just like it's all going to shit, Ashley.
Let's go to Discworld and like a lighter fantasy in that way.
Yeah.
I'm just like, pass. I don't do
that. Totally not your thing.
All of my fantasy is like depression.
Yeah. Yeah. Your fantasy, like, I think leans almost, it's got like one toe in grimdark at all times. Like just one little digit in grimdark. Like everything is depressing, but also there's love. Have you guys read Priory of the Orange Tree? I have not, however. That is that very orange book right there. I own it, and because I was a bad girl and I broke my book buying ban, the 2 punishments that I suggested were either the oldest book on my Kindle or the longest book on my TBR, and I think I worked out yesterday that Priory of the Orange Tree is actually now the longest book left on my TBR, so I might be reading that soon.
It's not a punishment, although the irony of like breaking your book buying ban with the Bone Season and the punishment being her other book. Wow, what a punishment.
So bad. Well, those were my options. So read the oldest book on my Kindle, because we know that my Kindle is a graveyard. Read the longest book on my TBR, or hold on, there were some other really nasty suggestions. Like, it's like, I love you guys, but I'm not convinced that you love me. Like, I love you guys dearly, but ouch, that's rude. Hold on, let me get to. There were some, like, also Sarah suggested that I do the whole reading vlog for whatever my punishment is in stupid hats. I'm assuming because I made Helen wear the happy birthday hat on her birthday, which was not a happy hat for her happy birthday. Okay, so my other suggestions were that I also should start the video by ringing a bell and saying shame, shame, shame. So I got read the lowest rated books on your TBR on Goodreads. Let lovely wife Helen pick a book that she knows you won't like, and get my mum to suggest a book for me, because we know that my mother's Janet's tastes are not Leanne's tastes, shall we say. Oh, hello. That was a very urgent claim. We've swapped kittens. We've got a McNab now. Hello, Esme. She's like, no. No, definitely not the only forest user. What genres do you read? Would you like to go first? Fantasy? Just fantasy.
A little bit of other stuff, because like it's mostly fantasy, but I do also have like my shelves arranged by genre, and I do have other genres on there, so I'm like, I suppose I do read other stuff occasionally, but
occasionally. Okay, mine is much more mixed. So we've got like non-fiction with true crime, middle grade stuff, sci-fi and urban fantasy, and then over, I was going to be like where you can't see, but over here, this is thrillers, mysteries, and horror. I think is pretty much.
Thinking of my shelves, I think there's about 3 bookcases worth of fantasy. A lot of retellings if you want a subgenre.
Yes.
Retellings. I've got a shelf for folklore and myth collections. I've got 3 shelves of classics, a shelf for sci-fi, a shelf for like miscellaneous thriller, dark academia things.
What kind of sci-fi?
Sleeping Giants by Sylvain Neuvel is one of my favorites. I haven't read too much sci-fi. A lot of it's older stuff that I've read.
And like, I guess more like one foot and speculative rather than like hard sciencey sci-fi.
No, I don't think so.
Nah, I'm going nowhere with this question for you, but nah.
The sci-fi shelf is like half read and half not. So the ones I'm thinking of at the minute are the ones I haven't read yet, but I think most of them are just like straight up sci-fi, because there's like Halloween, new one, To Sleep in the Sea of Stars is on there. There's also A Space Between Worlds. Jeff Vandermeer, who's kind of like dystopian for the most part.
Yeah, weird sci-fi is what Jeff Vandermeer is. Weird sci-fi. So Sarah says that, oh God, kittens falling everywhere. Sarah says that she will try anything, but she doesn't want to go for heavy fantasy straight away and feel lost. So what would Ashley's recommendation be in that circumstance? Fantasy, but not like really heavy fantasy.
Victoria Schwab.
Yes. Yeah, and if you don't, let's see. You could also try, I've forgotten the name, which is why I'm umming and looking at my shelves. You could try Michael J. Sullivan, who writes kind of like thieves and rogues, doing heisty type things, or the Great Coat series by Sebastian Castell. Yes, Great Coats are basically jaded guys who used to be guards, who are now not guards anymore, and get roped back into doing jobs that they don't want to do, sarcastically with swords. So very Discworld vibes. I have 20 books on my currently reading list on Goodreads, but I do have main reads. That's the mood right there.
I'm currently on 4, and that's just because I DNF'd the 5th one the other day.
You're on 4. I was like, wait a minute. I was counting Greatcoat's books in my head, and I'm like, wait, there aren't 5. What are you talking about? I'm gonna read it because I'm excited for it and I want to read it. But I, in fairness, I'm not sure it is a decent punishment to read Priory because I'm not scared of it in any way. I'm just super excited for. Love can be painful.
I always get the question of like, which one should I start with, Priory or the Bronze Season? I'm like, that entirely depends on you.
Yes,
Because
totally.
they are so completely different.
Yeah, I would say now, having like reading and absolutely loving Bone Season, I would say that I would recommend this to people who are coming from like urban fantasy or dystopias and want something with that kind of vibe, but with a big like epic scope. This is not like, if you're a fantasy reader, just jump into this one, you'll be fine.
It's like with Priory, I find it weirdly easy. Like I would consider it a kind of easy fantasy to read, but it's also like not just because I'm very used to fantasy though. Because obviously you see the size of it and it's just like, good lord. And it is like huge in scale, but also there's just a lot of characters, so it kind of breaks it up a bit in terms of like...
Yeah, I was going to say, I've always heard Priory, like, even before I knew anything about Samantha Shannon and Bone Season, which was entirely down to you, I'd always heard Priory described as being, like, really character-focused, so it's not so much... It's got a plot, and it has, like, magic systems and stuff, but it's very about the characters and what they are doing, as opposed to, like, you need to know the name for everything, and it's not... I'm just going to say, it's not Brandon Sanderson with his 72 different types of metal alloy that you need to swallow in order to be able to do stuff.
And it's like there is like political things to keep track of, but also like half of the characters are from one court and half of them are from the other. So it's like not that hard to keep track of them because it's like, okay, well, you don't get along with you. Cool.
I'm surprised you're not talking about food anymore. That's just important. Oh, there's a good question. What's the best book you've read so far this year?
Master of Sorrows by Justin Cole.
Which, is that on my TBR because Ashley sent me it for my birthday? Maybe. Are all of the best books that I'm going to read this year going to be books that Ashley made me read? Possibly. Also, this one.
Wait until I'm actually in Scotland and I'm just posting them through your door.
Just drive by them in my letterbox. I don't want to say it because everybody's sick of me talking about it already, but in the Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter, it really is like it's become a new favourite and a new obsession, right up there with like Lockwood and Co and stuff. I can't think about what I've read this year off the top of my head now because I don't know about you, but when I'm thinking about what I've read in a year, and if I'm not looking at a list, only the best thing that I've read and then all the duds live in my head rent free.
The only reason I could go Master of Sorrows so quickly is because when I was sulking about having a bad read, I went back to look at the last good rated book. It was that one.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Let me see what the other one I would say. Oh, Cinderella is Dead was really good. Like, I really loved that. So that one was also, but that one's like fun with a side of heavy feminism. So, well, there we go. Try a Bester the Stars My Destination sci-fi. And Ash Sleeping Giants is great. I want to read his new books.
I've got History of What Comes. History of What Comes Next is the audiobook I've currently got on the go. One of the 4 books that's on my currently reading.
I haven't read Goldilocks, but I literally just told it. I was literally just sent it by Rebecca, who is lovely, and I think was in the chat for a little while there. I don't know if have you ever heard of it before, Ashley?
I've heard of many books called Goldilocks.
Okay, it's I think the one that I was talking about is a sci-fi one, wherein it's a female-only mission to a place called the Goldilocks Zone, which is like humanity's last hope for being able to leave Earth because we've destroyed it and we're shit people. And it's a mother and daughter who just, the mother's commanding the ship and the daughter's like a botanist or something like that on board. and as they're actually like in space heading towards it, the ship starts to become sabotaged by somebody on board, and they have to work out who did it, with like the clock ticking down. But obviously it's clearly like a very feminist book as well, because it's like all female characters, and so yes, I'm very excited for it. King of the Wild, am I gonna have to pick this up because everybody's talking about it right now? Am I just gonna have to give in and do it when my ban's actually over? I can't break it again. I can't take more than one punishment in 6 months. Can't put anything in my currently reading on Goodreads. Every time I have it's jinxed me and I've not read it.
I specifically wait until I'm a certain way into a book before I add it.
Oh, that's a good strategy, actually. I've never thought about that.
Because I know that I read books around 100 pages before I decide if I'm actually going to read it or DNF it. So
that's a really good plan. The reason that I don't do that is usually because I'm like, if I don't put it on now, like when I've started it, I'll forget that it's there entirely, and like I'll finish it and it'll just never go on there. That's Helen's thing. Like 6 weeks later, she asked me to try and reconstruct what she has read so she can add it to her Goodreads, and I'm like,
I'm just so used to, like, I have so many ways of tracking my reading that I'm just like, right.
I am terrified. I'm terrified of this book. This was on my most intimidating books list that I did because it's so hyped and so many people love it. And I know that it's like a really, really difficult to read topic. I'm really scared, but I also really want to read it. That's fair. The problem I have with fantasy is my memory is shocking. There's so many characters. This is just cycling back to what we were saying earlier, where I was just like, names, who cares? I just came, I was like, what the hell? Just came back wearing a Shrek face mask, so glam. But I thought that said originally, like, I came back and you were wearing a green Shrek face mask. I was like, well, that's just rude. Oh, there we go. If you read Priory, I will read it next month as well. I'm really looking forward to it. That's quite good incentive. Should I just put it on my TBR anyway? I wonder what the next thing down on, like, from that would be on my TBR for like longest books, because there must be a book somewhere.
I can't believe that one's the longest one, but I don't know if that's just because I have a lot of like epic fantasy on my TBR, because it's only like 800 or something, whereas there's a lot that's got 90.
Yeah, I think it's like the longest of my, like, it's definitely not the longest one I've read, but I think it's the longest one currently on my TBR. I mean, there might be stuff on my Kindle, but who knows, because we don't look at our Kindle. No. I'll recommend The Poppy War until I'm blue in the face. Yes. I'm going to start a tally system like I have for the Screaming Staircase. Every time somebody buys a Screaming Staircase, I let myself buy a book. So I'm like, I should start that one for that as well. I found a new type of love since having a small human, so I've been really happy with the books I've read and appreciated them all. Think it'll be a good reading year. Oh, that's so nice. I'm not going to pop out a small human in order to love every book that I read, Sarah. but I'm very here for you on this journey. Well, that's a good recommendation. Libba Bray writes great light fantasy. I mean, I guess the Diviner series is kind of historical fantasy. I don't know why I didn't think about it like that. I think because I feel like it's more like, okay, hello. The cat fight going on. Marpo, you can come up here. I'll bring the desk down a bit. I'm so sorry. She's like, how do I get away from my siblings? Come up here then. I can't help you. Did you recommend or mention Megan Miranda's All the Girls Missing, Leanne? I'm gonna be honest. I maybe at some point had it on a TBR at some point or other, but I literally unhauled every single missing girl book that I had on my like thriller TBR, because I am so sick of it. Like, I'm so sick of it as a trope. I just can't anymore. is all female to try and stop romantic entanglements, because that was something NASA was going to do in real life. Yeah, that's not going to stop romantic entanglements, just children. I'm getting into fantasy, so loving these recommendations. If you're getting into fantasy as well, I mean, both of us are going to be like Robin Hobb. Like,
I typically don't recommend it as a starting point.
I think, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it as a first book in, but if you're already in, like if you're already into fantasy and you want like an epic series, I'd go for it. I always like recommend the Farseer trilogy as kind of like Jane Austen meets like King Arthur meets fantasy, because it's very the pacing of Austen, but like the tone of King Arthur, but fantasy. I have an out-of-pocket recommendation for Leanne that isn't fantasy, but I thought of it when I watched one of your videos. It's called Stuff, and it's case studies on hoarding. That is a genuine, like one of my random side interests. So I'm actually just take a screenshot of that. Because like hoarding runs in Leanne's family, and I'm actually quite fascinated with it, having been able to break the cycle. Sure you can, Natalie. Tell us about it in the comments. We're all for hearing about new books, all of us. There we go. Another vote for Master of Sorrows. Yes. I love that we both have the same like happy book dance. Like, yeah. That if someone unholds a book, chances are I will immediately add it to my TBR because I want to see if I'll agree. So maybe that's what happens. I like that. Again, this is why I constantly say, like, I'm putting the table back up because now I'm leaning over like an idiot. I'm just having so much fun with this desk. That's why I keep saying that like negative reviews are useful, because quite a lot of the time people's like worst books of the year wrap up, I'm like, and I'll have that, and I'll have that, and I'll have that, and I love everything that you hate, so I'll definitely have that. Yeah. Yay, more people getting into sci-fi.
Yes, John.
Go for it, John. We'll compare notes at the end. Okay. Shall we do our last sprint then? Will we go for a half hour again? You want to go for 20? What do you think?
I don't mind. Either way, it's going to cut me into less than 100 pages and I'm going to have to stay up until...
Right. I'll do 20 then, and we can then we'll have a couple of minutes for wrapping up at the end. Hold on till I do my stupid timer. Honestly. One of these days I'm just gonna get Google or Alexa to set a timer for us. Right, hold on. Okay.
I was about to do the wee thing.
Oh, now we're singing. We've clearly lapsed into.
We started singing a long time ago with the Full Monty and Horrible Histories.
The Horrible Histories one, though, I was very impressed when you managed to do an entire verse of the Horrible Histories. I was very impressed with that. Okay, right. Let us go. Oh, you're going to get a very, very long voicemail when we get off with all of the spoilers that I've learned from. I've just hit myself with it again. All of the spoilers I've learned from this. Lucy, I'm blaming you as well because I like shouted down to lovely wife Helen, like, can we go to McDonald's after this? And she's like, I suppose that can be arranged. So I'm getting chips, and it's all of you people's fault. Like, all of you people's fault.
99 pages from the end. I'm like just underneath the 100-page mark, and I'm like,
oh, so because it's only one page, where does that stand in your brain then?
I gotta finish it.
You're gonna finish.
I say that fatigue could very well win me.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything. You can't do anything about fatigue, though. You can't fight fatigue. It's just like there. If it hits, it hits. But you're gonna try your bestest.
Like, I'm genuinely intrigued to see what wins out, because I'm just like, okay, well, we're gonna do Zumba, which is gonna like perk me up, but also exhaust me.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna get in a shower, which is gonna perk me back up again. But then I'm gonna get in bed, which is gonna make me sleepy again. And then I'm gonna read, which is gonna make me sleepy. So I'm like, what's gonna win?
I'm going to place my bet, and I'm going to say that you're going to read to maybe like 50 pages left, and then you're going to go. That's my bet, right? So we'll see what is everybody else's bet, because I know that people will be like, just do it. You can do it.
I can start a reading sprint just so I can read the 99 pages and then
just you on your own. Like, I'm doing this. I've got to 333 of like, let's see if we can. I don't know where I don't want to spoil myself, and I don't know where the story starts. Well, I mean, look, I'm going to read the story anyway, right? So 526. So yeah, probably not today, but probably tomorrow. And then I have to fight myself, because then I have to read what's on my actual TBR for the rest of the month, and not just pick up the second one immediately, because Sarah says she's doing a thing where she reads a book that's new from 2020 onwards, and then one pre-2020, so needs to pick up something else, and I'm clueless now as to what to read. Ooh, that's a really good system.
Which side are you on? Are you currently looking for 2020 onwards, or are you currently looking for pre-2020?
Yes. Tell us. And Sarah's TBR is vast, I believe. So, can't believe you guys are still going. I've cooked and eaten dinner, watched TV, got ready for bed, and you're still here. It's always going to be us, though. Like, if we're running sprints, it's always going to be us. We're always going to be here. You can just assume it.
Just to respond to the ones that have just come through, someone's just said how much longer we're going for, just as long as we chat. No more sprints. Yes. And someone's just said, what time is it for you two? Because Ashley's face looks like it's ready to sleep. Do just want to point out as well, I'm looking down at my screen, so I'm always going to look sleepier than I am, because I'm not looking down at the camera.
And to be fair, you looked sleepy when you started. You don't look sleepy now. Like, I can now tell the various like shades of Ashley face, and you looked like fatigue was like really pushing at you when you started, but then like after your first editing sprint, you were like, bing, back.
Because this is a thing as well. I don't like talk about it all too much because it's not diagnosed or anything, but it's probable that I do have chronic fatigue. So if I generally just look worn out in live shows, that's why. If you ever see me on a live show and I'm literally in bed, that's why.
Yeah. And also, I mean, I have to say, like, for somebody who like tackles chronic fatigue, because like Lovely with Helen now has chronic fatigue as well as part of her condition, and it's a really weird one wherein like, well, because you're tired, but you still have to function and do things. Like, you're fatigued. It's a different kind of thing from tired, but like you're fatigued, but you still have to have a life. So like there will be times where you do look a little bit like you're like, But that doesn't mean that you don't want to be on. No. I will probably get a McFlurry, but not to dip my chips in. I mean, I might, okay, look, I might do one just to see.
I feel like you're just going to be like...
Yes, I might do one just to see. Like, I'm scared, but I will try anything once. Literally anything. The amount of people, I'm going to try to finish my book before I fall asleep. I have 70 pages left. I am so proud of everybody who's like finished books during this sprint. So many people.
Specifically.
People are definitely like cheering you on though. Okay, so Sarah's looking for pre-2020. Are you willing to buy, Sarah, or do we have to pick from your TBR? Because I feel like that would be too specific. Because if you're willing to buy our recommendations, I'm sure we have pre-2020 recommendations that we can throw at you.
What are you feeling? Can we narrow it down to a genre or?
Yeah. Are we still in fantasy? Are we still in like fantasy light? Or
I can't remember publishing dates. Time is a concept.
I switched from Pandora's Jar to a mystery set in Paris because my brain needed some comfort reads. Wow. And in this book, they're eating and talking about food all the time. I'm so sorry. Everybody, this is becoming a trend. People come to any stream that I'm in and suddenly there's food involved. I'm so sorry. Starting a comic. Oh, a comic from a local artist. That's nice. Oh, dear. There you go, Lucy. I have chronic fatigue. Will be 11 years this month. I regularly get told I'm a ghost walking, but that's when I go outside. I was diagnosed with chronic fatigue when I'm 16. I'm medicated now. Not a fan. Oh.
Believe it or not, I am currently medicated, and it's just not working.
Yes. I read 99 pages because just finished a book. Sleep so satisfying for me. However, reading comprehension for those 99 pages is poor. So the balance, yeah, that's very true.
I don't actually need that much reading comprehension because, like I said, very heavily just Greek myth stories.
Yes.
Like, well, I know them already, so it's just like. It's not
also, you're flying through it. Like
most of it is literally just reciting stories that I already know. So I'm just like,
yeah. You're literally flying through it. Oh, New Popper's head is resting on my... Does New Popper not have a name yet? Did we cover that? Has Leanne blanked this out of my memory, Kenda? Does New Popper have a name? I had to leave for a bit because kids, I'm thoroughly excited to know if food is still being talked about. Food will always be talked about here. Let's be honest. Okay, so no, not buying anything in a minute. I can get a book once I've read 10. To be honest, I change what I want to read every hour. So just pick in the morning. Let us know what you picked though. Like, let me know and I will definitely pass it on to Ashley in my voicemail of the morning. Which usually consists of, hello, I'm awake, I hate it. Book started yesterday. I'm almost halfway through. Notice how much I miss sci-fi. Oh, okay. There we go. Popper is Tom, 6-year-old terrier mix. 6-year-old. Baby. Do they want a kitten to play with? During that last sprint, I had to shout down to Helen and be like, can you please come upstairs and investigate what the dropping noise was? They've just been on the dresser in the bedroom, like.
Sounds about right.
They're assholes. They're complete assholes. Do you know what Zumba you're going to Zumba?
One that doesn't involve much legs because my knees are doing the season up thing.
Yeah. And especially because the lady that you usually do with she really. Until you pointed out to me to look at that lady's legs, I hadn't actually looked at that lady's legs, and that lady's legs are like ripped. Those are some of the best legs I've ever seen. Like, those are solid legs, and I was like, I should have known that it would kill me, and I did not know. But
she does lots of musical ones, so I'm like, well, I have to, because this keeps me motivated.
Yeah, I have to admit, doing the Mamma Mia one was like so much fun because I'm like, wheeze, sing along, wheeze, sing along.
That's the thing. It's like when I'm not, like, instead of focusing on how much my legs are killing me, it's just like I'm gonna sing the words or like mime the words instead. Just focus.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god! Yesterday I did High School Musical.
Oh my god.
I did The Six and High School Musical because there were 2 short videos. So that was fun. Because it was
last time my mum used to like to go to like in-person learner Zumba classes, like really like basic ones. And so I used to go with her to keep her company. And this was the era where like Jai Ho by the Pussycat Dolls had just come out. And so whenever I hear about Zumba, I immediately think about this move that she would make you do where your body had to go in a different way from your hand. And I'm like, I still can't do that. I still can't do that.
I just wonder how they move so quickly because, like, this lady will be like dropping into lunges and swapping really quickly, and I'm like,
yes, she's doing the like Russian folklore dance, like really low on the ground, and I'm like, how are you? What is happening here? There was a point she didn't lose me as well, which is the nice thing about Zumba workouts and stuff, because sometimes they teach you steps at the start and then they just race through it, and you're like, I have no idea what you're doing anymore. So she didn't lose me, but there were a couple of times where I was like, okay, wait, I actually physically don't know what you're doing. My body doesn't bend like that. I do not know how to achieve this. So do you remember her?
I can find because it'll be in my history. Hang on.
Because I really loved it. She definitely kept me super motivated.
The one that I've been enjoying a lot because it literally does just feel like a dance is the Greatest Showman one, because you literally start off and you're doing the like moves that they do.
Oh yeah, you did tell me to try that one, and I have not.
It's really fun.
Badly, Anne. I will look it up.
So it's KYRA space PRO.
We'll put it in the chat, maybe.
I mean, I can, but I need to find the streams. Because I don't.
No, I meant just like our channel name.
Yeah, but I can't type in the chat on StreamYard. I have to open
That's a very good point. You can't do that. I can do that, but you can't do that. I love it. I played hockey for 14 years. I got the muscles in my legs and the hockey butt. If you're a skater of any kind, you know, but my butt will be jiggly and sagging when I'm old. I love it.
There's one thing. The one I'm going to do today works more on like torso upwards. But they just like, they're constantly like crunching the torso while doing stuff with their arms. And I'm just like, can I do the torso thing though? Like I can't tell if I'm doing it right because I can't see myself. And I'm just like, I don't understand how I'm meant to be moving.
There was one particular one with this one where she did this thing where she was like up and then like arms out and then like a half in, and like, so it was like, it was very repetitive, but your arms were never actually further down than this. And about halfway through, I was like, this hurts. Why am I doing this? Hurts. Why am I doing this? But it was good.
I will say this girl is a big fan of doing like squat, jump up, squat, jump up, squat, jump up as like part of a dance, which I can do in terms of, I mean, I probably don't go down as far as she does, but I can do it at least.
Yeah.
But oh my God, does it hurt?
Yes. And I think it definitely hurt me because I have really strong legs. Like it's the one genuine thing that I can say about myself. I have really strong legs, but I hurt afterwards, like for like 2 days afterwards, the tops of my knees and like the backs of my thighs going into my butt, like, oh my God, it was real bad.
It really confused me because like I said, she tends to do squats and stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's meant to hurt the back of your leg.
Yeah.
Whereas every time I've done something of hers, it's hurt the front of my leg.
Yeah, well, that was exactly, I was really surprised about that because it was literally like just above my knees. It hurt so bad, and I was like, I've never had that reaction before. I've never heard of MK Fit, but I will look that up because I like dance workouts. They're more fun. Like the only time I like a workout is if you get somebody who's really good at chatting and being motivational during it, but doesn't feel cheesy. Because like I'll need to try and find it, but there's a particular guy who does very low impact stuff for people who've been like deconditioned, like, which is basically what Helen and I are now doing because chronic illness life, and he is really good at being like, you're doing it, this is great, you're fabulous, just breathe, that kind of thing, but not like leaning into the like, come on, we're doing it, it's great, you're wonderful, just breathe through. And I'm like, I can't do that. Oh, physical reactions I had when you said Jai Ho. Oh my god, my mum teaches Zumba and made me take her classes when I was in a team, and I won't be able to sleep now. Great. Sorry. Oh, I do Mad Fit's dance workout. Ooh, loads of places for us to check out.
I can't remember what it was. Do you remember, Leon, when I sent you that video and was like, just look at this one bit where she's like, it's this simple? And I was like, I literally clicked off the video because I was like, no, just no. Like, I don't even know what she was doing. What were they called?
It was a plank something. It was like into a plank. It was like a jump down squat half plank thing, and I was just like,
yeah, she would literally like be stood upright, jump down to the floor, do a plank, jump back into a squat thing.
Yeah, like a squat and then back up
really quickly, and I was like, I can't even throw myself on the floor that quickly.
I'm not gonna lie, like when you sent me that and you like, my first reaction was like, ha 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 ha, and my second, like as I kept watching it, my whole body was like, no.
Literally, I'd followed, because this was like 18 minutes in or something. I'd followed the rest of it. Burpee, that's the thing, I think.
But yeah.
I'd followed the rest of it, and then she just suddenly stops and started doing that, and I just went, no.
Oh no.
She was doing it really quickly, and I just couldn't. I couldn't even get down on the floor that quick.
No, Bonnie, that's a great suggestion, because like I really struggle with upper arm stuff. Anything that requires me to like keep my arms up for any length of time, no. Oh, that's interesting. If your knees hurt doing squats, it could be because your hips are weak. I was recommended hip exercise. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I suppose it is one of those, like, isn't it, like your knee bone's connected to your, like, everything. You're singing in your head now. Yeah, it's gone now. I like that. I'm not one of those people who understands the people who wake up before the sun to, like, run. Like, I'm only running if you dangle a donut in front of me. I said that to Ashley the other day. There's a thing in Scotland which is like, it's a known thing in Scotland where we're too proud to run for the bus. Like, you'll never see a Scottish person running voluntarily. Don't do that. They're burpees and I cannot do them. Yes. So painful. Thank you for joining, Yoko. Oh, I'm getting all happy sleepy. That's so nice. Oh, she has a 5-minute arm video and I can't get through all 5 minutes, but I keep trying. I like that though. That's my favorite thing about any kind of dance workout video, because the thing with that lady that we were talking about who did the Mamma Mia one, although I couldn't get all the way through it, it's only like 20 minutes long. It's not bad. I couldn't get all the way through it, but I wanted to come back and try again. And I think every time you do it, you'll get a little bit better at it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I keep doing, because I'm just like, I keep going back to it because she does at least keep me like bouncing around and whatnot. Yes. And I'll get through them, but don't get me wrong, like if there's a few too many like jumping squats that she's doing, I'll just start fucking jumping around the room like while she continues on for the amount of time she's doing it. I'm just gonna jump.
I love this. Zombie run-ups. I didn't know that was a thing that existed. Oh my god, I love that.
Imagine if you actually had like a zombie apocalypse and you're just like, I have trained for this moment.
I have all the requisite skills and cans of beans. I'll be fine. Dancing to K-pop's the only thing that works for me. K-pop's definitely good for workouts, I think. Decided last week to start doing 5:30 a.m. runs. That's nice because there's no people.
I would have the potential to do this if my legs wanted to cooperate with me in terms of like, because another thing with the fatigue is that my legs just don't play a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So I can't do the impact of my feet on the ground.
I have always hated running. I find it really jarring. It hurts all of my joints. It always has. Even when I was physically able to do it. Like 10 years ago when I was like physically fit and could do whatever I wanted, I couldn't do it because I hate the feeling of your feet hitting and that percussion going right up through it.
It's one of the exercises that people are just like, I don't know, like it's quite damaging if you don't have the proper like footwear and everything. Like I know my dad, his shins and his knees are just knackered at this point.
Yeah. Well, that's what Ellis is just getting into running and stuff like that, and she's literally she decided she wanted to do it on week 1. This is week 2, and she's now invested in proper footwear and stuff because she's like, if I'm going to do this properly, I don't want this to be a 2 years and my body's wrecked thing. Also, I'm just going to say in response to this, like if you get in shape, which takes a lot of willpower, it's not always willpower. Like for a lot of people, it's like I know that was okay. Hello. I know that that's like meant in a like a positive way, but it doesn't always take willpower for people to get in shape. Like,
I've been trying for about years, and as far as looking at me, you would think that I'm fit. That is very odd.
Whereas like people have like looked at me in the past when I was physically fit before chronic illness, and have judged me for not looking physically fit because I'm fat. So it's like it's that whole thing where you can't equate just willpower with getting in shape. And also I don't really think like getting in shape is a useful term either, to be perfectly honest, because everybody's like healthy looks a little bit different from everybody else's. There you go. Running is bad for your knees no matter how fit you are. Yeah, it's so horrible. Like, I'll just stand there and be murdered instead of running. I've always said this. Like, I've actually literally just passed a scene in this book where she has had to run for her life, and I was like, nah. Nah. Just take me. I'm not even gonna. Yes, that is Marple.
I always have the things where it's like, because reading a lot of fantasy, I always read about this like badass women who can swing swords around. I'm like, I probably can't even lift a sword.
Hey, those things are heavy.
I'm just like, my arms are literal noodles. Like, I have zero muscle.
Thank you. I'm going to be perfectly honest, and like I am, I 90% of the time I'm feeling myself. So like but I think everybody has a moment where they're like they take everything in, not just things that other people say, because that usually like glances off me, but you let your inner voice, your inner saboteur, just get into your head a little bit, and you're just like, but it doesn't last for as long as it used to, so it's okay. And I still also am quite happy to let like the bingo wings fly with the arm workouts. Like I love it. I loved in fantasy where women train in order to lift a sword. Yes, those things are heavy. There's a reason.
The things that in Sarah J. Maas's new book called Silver Flames, the main character that literally goes from like never lifting any kind of weapon in her life. She's barely like done anything. She's just been very resentful, very like not wanting to do anything.
Yep.
And you see her like she could at the start of the book like barely go up 50 stairs.
Yeah.
And, like she has this challenge to go up like 1,000 or something, and she's just like, excuse you. And you see the process of her, like training, and I was like, oh, so it is possible.
Yeah. Like, do you know there's a lot of things that George R.R. Martin does wrong? And when I say a lot, I mean like this bitch could write a huge list. But one of the things that I really love is that when they do go to the Night's Watch, there's like John, who has been privileged enough to train with like a sword, and that's been his whole life. Like he's had lessons and he's had fitness and he's had all the rest of it. And then he walks into these men who are in all different levels of fitness and all different ages and stuff, and they're expected to be able to do the same things that he can, and they can. And I love that was very like clear, like, no, you can do this because you've trained from like the time you were 9 to pick this stuff up. It's jumpy. Friends aunt started training for the Ironman triathlon. I love you, but I can't. I'll stand on the side and scream motivation. Yes.
I just realized that my thing is like fun, but I have a very specific like what's considered fun and what's not. Because the vast majority is not fun. But then it's like, do you know those what they called? Like you have Tough Mudder and stuff like that where you're literally running through like an absolute mess of an obstacle course. I would do that in a heartbeat. It looks so fun.
No, that's like my idea of hell.
The paint ones before, which is fun.
Do you get dirty? No.
The only thing I didn't love is because it's powder paint that they throw everywhere.
Oh.
This was when I had hair down to my waist. And I did not think to tie that up, did I? So guess what went in every single strand of hair and took me 3 showers to get out.
I'm just picturing a tie-dyed Ashley. That is not a look that I associate with you.
I will send you photos because we literally just turned up slightly in white and just had paint on us.
Oh my god. Yeah, me too. I'd be no good with it, but I want one.
I will also say that paint powder tastes disgusting.
Don't worry about it. You don't know that you're using language which is potentially ableist until somebody tells you that you are. So don't worry about it. As long as everybody is willing to like listen to everybody else's experience and learn from it, we're all good here. Tom has gone from having his head on my leg to his hind paws on my ribs. He's a piece of baby. Okay, Kenda, I'm gonna require pictures. Are you back? It's a wild marple. Are you back? Your face is all wet. Have you been in the tap? You coming? If you don't, your brother's gonna come up the chair and then you'll be very sad. I love that. Yeah, that in my head, the training montage is absolutely what I look like when I'm doing stuff. I remember being a kid and going to the cinema with a friend, and we watched the Lara Croft Tomb Raider with Angelina Jolie. And when we left, we were leaving, and it was like a shopping centre, and it was completely like it was the last showing, so everything was closed. And we literally ran from the cinema, like all the way along, down the escalator, out to the car park. Like it was really funny. I tried running in the morning, and a bird pooped in my hair, so needless to say, I never did that again.
The one thing that's always been against me, just in terms of location as well, is that Sheffield is pure hills, and like even little hills. They're all steep hills, so no matter what you're doing, it's going to be difficult.
Definitely. Thank you for coming, Sarah. Squish the baby for me. Very salty that it's lockdown. I can't come squish the baby. Yeah, here Marple's butt. She's like, no. Okay, I think that it is time that I frequented the McDonald's drive-thru and that Ashley did Zumba. Very different vibes going on. And you have to let me know how much of your book you get through when you're finished Zumba. Like I say, my bet's for 50 pages. Okay, guys, thank you so much for coming, especially those of you who have been here all 5 hours and 13 minutes with us. That is good going. Many people have finished books. I am very proud of you. And I'm also very proud of everybody else who has just like chilled out, because that's definitely needed. We will probably be back like next month at some point in a few weeks' time. And we will have more hilarity and food talk. But for now, good night.
Good night.
Bye.